Well, hey, John, how are you? Afternoon. We can make popcorn.
We had popcorn.
I can make popcorn.
Good evening.
I want you to kind of think about it, yeah, like.
What could it possibly be? There's a way. Really? Yeah.
Are we recording? Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Welcome to the January 3rd, 2023 City Council meeting. I am Barbara Noseworthy, your mayor, and we will start with a roll call, please.
Counselor Baxter. Counselor
Present.
Bachman.
Present.
Counselor Beal.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Here.
And Mayor Noseworthy.
Present. Thank you. And then I'd also like to have an introduction of the translator. Is the translator available yet?
Yes, Mayor. We have both our translators available. I'm not sure which one is prepared to make the language statement.
Great.
I'll
We
do it
welcome
today.
that. We welcome them and look forward to their introductory remarks.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Diego Ponce here with the Community Language Cooperative with my colleague Deanna Reese here today on behalf, like I said, of the Community Language Cooperative. The organizers of the meeting made a commitment towards language justice. So all this means is that we're here to help create a space for people to participate and to engage in the language of their heart, just simply the language that you feel most comfortable in. We'll use simultaneous interpretation today to help create the space in English and in Spanish. So once I finish saying this in English, I'll repeat it in Spanish. At that moment, we start the interpretation. Once interpretation is on, you'll be able to see that globe icon that says interpretation there in the bottom right-hand corner of your computer screen. Please select that globe icon when it appears on your screen, and please select your preferred language. If you happen to be joining today's meeting on your cell phone or your tablet, I'll instead ask you to please look for the More button or the 3 dots button in order to select your preferred language that way. So if you're not fully bilingual, we'll encourage you to select your preferred language so you may utilize the interpretation whenever someone's going to be speaking in the opposite language. If you are bilingual, then you can just feel free to listen to everyone in the original language. You will not need to select any language channel if you don't want to, and you would not ever have to hear our voices as the interpreters. As always, when you select your language, you may check the original audio so you don't have to be hearing both languages at the same time. As always, we just like to remind all people, please pay attention to the speed in which you're speaking. Try to make sure that you're speaking at a conversational pace, and please make sure that you not ever pick up your reading speed. So thank you so much for that. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Mi nombre es Diego Pons. Estoy aquí con mi colega Diana Ruiz de parte de la Cooperativa Comunitaria de la Justicia del Lenguaje. Gracias como siempre por invitarnos hoy a su reunión. Los organizadores de esta reunión se han comprometido hoy a servir la justicia del lenguaje. Lo que eso significa es que queremos crear un espacio para que todas las personas puedan participar e involucrarse en el idioma de su corazón, que es simplemente el idioma en el que todas las personas se sientan más cómodas. Hoy vamos a continuar utilizando la interpretación simultánea aquí en Zoom para poder crear ese espacio en inglés y en español. Cuando yo termine de decir esto, se va a activar la interpretación. Ya cuando está activada la interpretación, usted va a poder observar un icono de un globo terráqueo que dirá interpretación ahí abajo en la derecha de su pantalla. Por favor, seleccione ese icono del globo terráqueo cuando aparezca en su pantalla. Por favor, seleccione su idioma preferido. Pero si usted está asistiendo hoy a esa reunión en su celular o en su tableta, le voy a pedir que por favor busque la opción que dice More, que quiere decir más, o posiblemente el botón de 3 puntos para que pueda seleccionar su idioma preferido de esa manera. Si usted no es completamente bilingüe, le voy a aconsejar a que por favor seleccione su idioma preferido para que pueda utilizar la interpretación cuando alguien esté hablando en el otro idioma. Si usted sí es bilingüe, se puede sentir libre de escuchar a todos en su idioma original. No necesitarían seleccionar ningún canal de idioma y jamás tienen que escuchar nuestras voces como intérpretes. Y como siempre, cuando usted seleccione su idioma, puede hacer clic en silenciar el audio original para no escuchar ambos idiomas al mismo tiempo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I will start this meeting with a land acknowledgement, which represents my personal statement, does not reflect individual counselor statements or council as a whole. For thousands of years, this region was home to numerous people, bands, tribes, and nations. Each had their distinct culture, artistic expression, and community mores. In particular, this region was the ancestral home of the Nuchu, Dene, Pueblo, Hopi, multiple Apache bands, and various other tribes and Latinx people who used and stewarded this land. I recognize that Indigenous peoples were forcibly removed from their ancestral lands by the U.S. government. It is important to recognize that the narrative of this region has mostly been told from the dominant perspective without recognition of those who came before us and who to this day continue to thrive, create, and connect with this land. Thank you for your respect in my acknowledging this legacy. Thank you. Now we will start with any identification of actual or perceived interests related to anything on this agenda. Excuse me? Conflict of interest, excuse me. I will state that later in the on the agenda, when we are interviewing some of the candidates, potential candidates for the interim city position, that I will recuse myself from one firm if they choose to participate, because I have a financial arrangement. One of the participants is a tenant of mine, so I will step aside during that process. Thank you. All right, we will go to public participation. And this section of the agenda is set aside for the public to provide comments or ask questions regarding items that are not scheduled for a hearing or public testimony, or that do not otherwise appear on the agenda. City Council should not respond to questions from the dais. Citizens should address their comments directly to the City Council. As this is a hybrid meeting, the avenues for public participation have been adjusted. All written comments received by the city clerk by noon today have been delivered to council and will be summarized in the minute meetings. I will also add that I have read those comments that came in, and I trust my other councilors have done so as well. Let me also add that we will start with anyone who wishes to speak, who is physically here in the chambers, and then we will go to anyone who's participating virtually. You'll need to raise your hand. The host will turn on the clock. You should be able to see it on the screen. You will have 3 minutes to make your statement. Around 30 seconds to go, I will try to get your attention to make certain that's your cue to wrap things up. I hate to have to interrupt you to close the conversation, but I will do so if necessary. On that note, our first participant is Rick Cobb. Please come up to the microphone and state if you are a resident of the city or the county or somewhere else.
Hi, Rick Cobb, and I live at 276 Oxbow Circle, which is in Three Springs. Good to see people here in person. I haven't been here for couple of years, so I did not get to see Kim as mayor. I apologize for that, but Barbara, good to see you, and you'll be next. So I wanted to give kudos to whoever was involved in bringing up the new Durango Capital Improvements Projects map. So interactive tools, very interesting, and would love to see even more added to that map. So a couple of suggestions. It looks like it's based on Mapbox, which looks like a pretty solid platform. Would love to see records for all projects ever done back to at least the beginning of 2005, which is when that first sales tax, which is up for renewal, came into being. Maybe back to 1999, which is the first sales tax, as I recall. But that would be a great help to see not just 2022, which is all I can see, but a wider range. I'd love to see some additional filters, like being able to filter on a fund or a fund type, maybe a range of dates, geographic region. So it looks like the framework is there to be able to add more data. So would love to see who gets to do that and who can I contact on a regular basis to encourage that. So that's it. Thank you. Oh, last one, expand the map to a full screen. That's my other request. So thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Do we have anyone virtually who's raised their hand to speak?
Mayor, if I can, Devin Schmidt, our strategic planning budget officer, has been leading that map project. So I'll ask her to just drop her contact information to you so that you can stay in contact, and appreciate the compliments.
Thank you.
I will also add that as part of our customer service, I believe the Devin and the finance team have offered to give tutorials on how to use OpenGov. So I think that's a great statement. Is there anyone from virtually who has raised their hand to speak?
No, Mayor, no one has indicated that they would like to speak.
Thank you. On that, we will go to, there are no city operational updates today, correct, City Manager? Okay, thank you. We will go to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is intended to allow the City Council by a single motion to approve matters that are considered routine or non-controversial. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests an item be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Items removed from the consent agenda will be considered under agenda item 9. May we have a reading of the consent agenda, please?
8.1 is approval of minutes from the December 6th, 2022 City Council study session. 8.2 is approval of minutes of the December 6th, 2022 City Council regular meeting. 8.3 is approval of minutes of the December 12th, 2022 City Council special meeting. 8.4 is discussion and possible action concerning a resolution authorizing the April 4th, 2023 election of the City of Durango to be conducted by mail ballot pursuant to section 2-193 of the Code of Ordinances. 8.5 is discussion and possible action concerning the requirements of the city to comply with the State Sunshine Act. 8.6 is discussion and possible action concerning approval of the 2023 calendar of meetings for the City Council. 8.7 is discussion and possible action concerning a resolution authorizing an appropriation for the gray and black market marijuana enforcement grant program that will close by May 31st, 2024. 8.8 is discussion and possible action concerning a resolution to amend the 2023 budget relating to an energy efficiency investment grade facilities audit at the Santa Rita Water Reclamation Facility. 8.9 is a request for a public hearing to consider an ordinance authorizing a lease amendment with Agile Space Industries Incorporated at the airport. That hearing would be held on January 17th, 2023. 8.10 is a request for a public hearing for review of the North Main Apartments preliminary plan development, also to be held on January 17th. And 8.11 is a request for a public hearing for the Mercy Regional Medical Center Plan Development Amendment at 1010 Three Springs Boulevard, which would also be held on January 17th.
Thank you. Does any counselor have an item to be removed from the consent agenda?
Mayor, I'd like to remove item 8.6, please.
Okay, anyone else?
I'd like to remove 8.8, please.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with 8.6 and 8.8 removed?
So moved.
I'll second. Is there any discussion? We will call for the vote.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes.
I have a request if we could for 8.6. Could we put it up on the screen so we can
Absolutely.
all look at it if you're going to ask questions about it or something like that?
Faye, can you
If
take care of
it's-
that?
If it's
If it's available.
feasible and not too much time.
Let's see if I can
Sorry.
find that.
Maybe Counselor Bosman's could go first while you're working on that.
Very good.
Yes, I have some, this is the energy efficient investment grade facilities audit at Santa Rita Water Reclamation Facility. So my question is, I think the cost for the audit is $20,000 and I guess it was not included in the original energy performance contract or the audit from McKinstry.
So that's correct. So the original audit did not include Santa Rita in its scope because Santa Rita wasn't completed and couldn't be audited. And the investment grade audit and energy performance contract process has two distinct phases. One is the auditing and assessment phase, and the other is the actual contract to proposal to do the energy upgrades. So with the resolution that was passed in November, in order to proceed with the scope revision, which staff identified an energy assessment at Santa Rita as potentially having significant potential energy savings, to bring in an outside expertise to do some additional analysis on that facility. In order to put that into the scope, because it is in that audit and assessment phase, the city has to appropriate budget funds for that audit work, because paying for the audit and assessment work is considered separate than the proposal for energy performance upgrades.
And I believe it includes solar and LED lighting. Is that what was proposed on the?
No, this is just for consultants at services for assessment and auditing of the facility. So basically identifying measures, everything that was done at the previous facilities, it's in line with that. The added price, or I shouldn't say added, but the price is determined specifically because it's a special facility. So you have in these industrial processes, SCADA systems, things that require that really high level expertise to, so for instance, if you want to do timing of when certain pumps and fans are turning on and off in order to reduce your energy demand charge, those types of complex analysis are going to be what the engineers are doing. And I have already done a preliminary walkthrough with those engineers. It is high level stuff. But I'm sorry, long answer to your question, but it does not include any solar at that site. Solar has not been identified for that site. Likely will not include lighting given the newer age of the facility. It's mostly going to be controls and very likely around a lot of the process controls specifically for the actual treatment plant side of things.
Thank you for clarifying that. Now, the EPC contract that we recently, or the majority of council recently approved, I think for 3.9 million, that was about right, yeah, the option for the energy performance contract?
That's correct. So what that resolution directed city manager and staff to do was to pursue this process. And a main portion of this process is revising the scope of the assessment and then proposal to move forward with an energy performance contract. And so this is the one piece of that revised scope that falls into that assessment piece. And so we have to be prepared to pay for that upfront. That is separate from any proposed of the capital projects. If that answers your question.
To a certain degree, because this was discussed on November 1st last year. And for the water treatment plant, no, that's the water treatment plant, I guess. That's where I'm mixing it up. Okay, so the energy performance contract that was awarded, I guess, is it awarded already? No, not yet.
It has not been. Where we're at in the process is revising the scope, or where we are in the process is drafting up an amendment to the original contract, to the original investment grade audit and proposal for an energy performance contract. We will amend that contract so that McKinstry can give us final guaranteed maximum pricing and a final firm scope for a proposal for an energy performance to contract to move forward. But the assessment and auditing, just the timeline, the structure of these processes, the assessment and auditing has to occur, even if there's no potential proposal for specific capital improvement projects at Santa Rita Reclamation Facility, but just in the timeline of the process, the appropriation for the funds for this assessment work has to come prior to the amendment to that original contract. Once that amendment is signed and we're back under contract of that original contract with this amendment in place, McKinstry will finalize their guaranteed maximum pricing, finalize their energy performance contract proposal, and that will come to the city at that point. So this is not to enter into a energy performance contract at this time. That this is before that.
Yeah, the reason I ask it is because we discussed 3.9 million, that option. But from what I understand from you is that that number included or did not include the 3.9 million, the capital improvement and consulting for the Santa Rita, or did it did include numbers? And if it did include numbers, how did you generate those numbers without an audit?
So this 20,000 was included in the scope of what was approved on that through that resolution. And then can you clarify your second question?
We've done the audit, yeah, for everything but the Santa Rita Water Reclamation Facility.
Correct. Yes.
$20,000 will pay for the audit of the Santa Rita Water Reclamation
That's
Facility.
correct.
But parallel, we have given direction. I'm not sure it was authorized or through the regular meeting, but 3.9 million for the execution. We already did that. Now that 3.9 million, does that include the Santa Rita, or are we going to find after this audit for the Santa Rita facility another, whatever it is, 500,000, 100,000, it doesn't, is there going to be another charge for the actual improvements on top of the 3.9 million?
That's a good question. It would depend on the results of the audit. The intention now is that there have been no capital projects identified at Santa Rita. This is purely for that professional analysis, again, on controlling and managing the existing systems, which are we're spending tens of thousands of dollars a month in utility bills at Santa Rita. If a project is identified with just what I would say, obvious, very short payback opportunities, but it would require a capital project, that would have to be brought back to council, because that was not in the scope that was approved by the resolution in November. So if those are identified, that would come back for your approval. But as it stands now, it is just the audit. It is not no capital projects at Santa Rita.
And maybe refresh my memory. Why why was this is a brand new facility. Yeah? So why was this added if it was not included in 2019? Because it was a brand new facility. We could, in hindsight, I'm not blaming anybody here, but I'm saying we could have built it to the best standards and not build it and then reassess it with an audit and then come up with changes to the infrastructure.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point and a great question. What this audit is doing is what's called retro commissioning. And for anyone listening or those they're not familiar, retro commissioning is a very common practice in complex facilities. It is there's a inspection, the checklist for signing off on a facility for all the engineering and controls work, but we're talking about a very complicated facility, and a lot of that stuff doesn't come out of the woodwork, so to speak, until a year or two of operating the facility. So that experience from our staff to identify and look for that additional outside expertise to help. I mean, our staff are very capable and they really know their stuff there, but they, the utilities director and Santa Rita plant manager both identified this as something that they want support with, to bring in that outside expertise to help identify energy savings. And in a facility as complex as Santa Rita, it's amazing what you can find through a retro commissioning process. So you'll have valves that are installed backwards. You'll have controllers that wired incorrectly. You'll have things that have run out of batteries, sensors that are showing fault errors, all kinds of things. We're talking hundreds, if not thousands, of potential touch points on the complex engineering systems. And those all have implications on energy consumption and not just energy consumption, but maintenance. If you have a valve that's not operating correctly, it's opening and closing all the time, it can wear out. That leads to premature failure. So there's a lot of energy and other cost savings that can be gained through the retro commissioning process. It's a very common and well accepted and best practice thing to do.
Marty, thank you for your I'd like to summarize what he said so far. Thank you for your detailed explanation. If I heard you correctly, what you indicated is that we did the initial audit. The water treatment facility or the water reclamation facility was not included because it was not open and operational. It is that 3.9 is not included. The water reclamation facility, the wastewater treatment plant is not included in those. We have a list of what is. And so the reason you need this 20,000 now is for an audit because you may have discovered things now that it's operational that could be improved. And if you discover things, then you will come back to us for an additional request for funding to handle those improvements. So right now, it's basically to ensure that we're as thorough as possible in our environmental assessment. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct. I would just make one clarification that this $20,000 was included in the scope that was presented to council in November and passed via resolution. And the reason that the appropriations are needed right now is because it is an audit, because it's an assessment, and financially that is managed differently than the potential actual work, the actual capital improvements. And that is the separation.
Thank you. Jessica Buell just pulled it up. It was in there. So this is basically a timing. You need this money allocated now. Take care of this.
Correct. We can't move forward with the contract amendment to come back under the 2019 contract with McKinstry without this appropriation.
Are there additional questions? Do we have a call for the vote on this? All right, so we do need a call for a motion. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 8.8, discussion and possible action concerning a resolution and the 2023 budget relating to an energy efficiency investment grade facilities audit at Santa Rita Water Reclamation Facility.
I'll second. Any discussion?
Yes, I will make a brief comment. I will support the motion because it was included in the 3.9 million energy performance contract that the majority of this council, not me, supported. I do like to make a comment that this to me seems not, it does not fall necessarily under energy performance contract, but more of a construction assessment after completion to make sure valves are installed correctly. And as such, in addition, it's also very, it makes me wonder that we spent $20,000 to audit the facility that's brand new, and we have no idea if there's any actual energy savings, not construction defects. And that might be, if it's a light bulb that needs to be changed, can be done for all this. So that was my comment. Appreciate very much your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'd also like to make a comment. I think that doing a review of how especially our larger operations operate and function, as time moves on and as new capabilities come on, whether it be energy performance or anything else, is very prudent on our part. It would be great to have, once we get the audit, and then if there are cost savings that are identified here, that we know the offsets. Because I believe over time, I can easily see how in a facility that's that complicated, over time, we could easily recover that money and be operating more effectively and efficiently.
Absolutely, and that report is required as part of the scope of services, and so we can present that to council, or we certainly will have it on record, and it will be useful for the facility managers. Absolutely.
Any other discussion? All right, now we'll have the call for the vote.
Counselor Buell?
Yes.
Counselor Baxter?
Yes.
Counselor Bosman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef?
Yes.
And Mayor Nosworthy?
Yes, thank you.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, you
Okay.
had some questions.
Yes, I wanted to bring up the calendar for 2023 and ask maybe you a question if I can, Jose. I'm looking at this calendar and recognizing that in December of this past year, which I'm not seeing December up there because it's below, there it is. So that what I want to talk about in this, and by bringing this up, is that December 19th meeting. So we canceled that meeting this past year in 2022. And I'm wondering, I wanted to ask you, Jose, if the reason that we're leaving it on there is in the event that we have agenda items that we might need to have, because advanced notice of of taking that off the calendar would be very beneficial as far as we can. So I just wanted to bring that up and bring you into the discussion.
Absolutely. So the reason it is highlighted on there is by charter, it's first and third Tuesdays of every month is when we have a regular council meeting. That can be changed via resolution. So if the intent, which it normally is to change that as that it would not be a date, we would bring back a resolution after this to have that meeting vacated. We are looking to do that. That's kind of what we've done in the past, but we always just want to highlight it for whatever reason in case something pops up that needs us to push it back a little bit. Hopefully it wouldn't be on the budget side, but it's always good to have a date there that everyone knows that could possibly be a council meeting if needed.
Okay, and so if it were to be taken off, it would be later, it would be by resolution later in the year.
Yes, I think there's a couple dates. Is there a July 4th?
Yeah.
Is that another one we'd be looking to come to you because it's July
On a
4th
Tuesday.
is, yeah, July 4th is on a Tuesday. That's another one that we would come back with a resolution to move that date either to the Wednesday, would probably be the best day to go through. So those two changes would still need to be made.
In
Okay, great.
November 21, you took off this year as well. You took off the Tuesday before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I just, I think this December one in particular seemed to come at a really, really good time for
Sure.
everybody. Staff and council had worked extremely hard over the several months before that. So anyway, I just wanted to bring it up, but thank you for clarifying.
problem.
We'll just address it later. Thank you.
No problem.
Could I also, since you brought it up, you raised it in October, the 20s, I can't see the calendar, the 26th and 27th are the dates where Durango will be hosting the Colorado Association of Ski Towns. And so that is typically an all hands on deck for city council. We haven't done, hosted this meeting for about 10 years. There'll be between 60 and 75 elected officials coming to town for a day and a half, 2 nights typically, and having a full agenda to address. So I wanted to make certain council had that on their calendar as well. With that, do we have a motion to approve this calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Then we may have the vote.
Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. Now we will go into public hearings. And this is a virtual meeting. The procedure for public hearings is a little adjusted. We will have a presentation by staff. We will then open the public hearing, get information from the public, close the public hearing, and then council can ask questions, and then we'll have, and ultimately possibly a call for a vote. So I believe the first one is Savannah's going to come up already, and that is a public hearing for Mercy Village Lot 1 Plan Development Agreement, minor subdivision and conceptual plan development, 150 Mercury Drive. Savannah, thank you.
Thank you, Council Mayor. Will my presentation
It doesn't look like Tom pulled that up yet for you. If you go to the shared drive under presentations. Council meeting.
Thank you.
And then be sure and share that in Zoom if you would, please.
All right, good evening, Council, Mayor, Savannah Lytle, Community Development. This is the public hearing for the Mercury Village Lot 1 Plan Development Amendment, minor subdivision and conceptual plan development. This is a project in 3 parts. While we will review this all together, it will require 3 separate motions. The 3 separate parts are a major plan development amendment to allow subdivision of the parcel into 3 separate parcels, and also allow mixed use, healthcare, and residential uses on this lot. There is also second, which is preliminary minor subdivisions to subdivide the parcel into the 3 parcels. And then the third is conceptual development plan to convert the existing building into mixed use and healthcare uses, construct 1 new mixed use building and 3 residential buildings. I think most folks are familiar, but this is the context map. It sits south of the Durango Mall along the Animas River Trail and the Animas River. This is the aerial that shows it a little bit better. The large building there is what was known as the Mercury or World Pay building that has been vacant since 2020. And so this is the building that is being proposed to be reused as medical offices and or mixed use. So this gives you a sense of that. And you can see in the bottom corner is the Durango Mall adjacent. Oh, yes. Oh, this one, you don't want to see Oliver? Okay, thank you. So this is the proposed site plan, conceptual plan. So this is the first step in 3 parts for the plan development. This is conceptual at this point. So this is just seeing whether or not this is a buildable lot, whether conceptually this meets other plans, including the comprehensive plan, the strategic plan. So this is just very high level at this point. We don't have engineering plans or site plans. We're just seeing whether or not this is a good fit for this site. And then the next step will be preliminary plan, where we will get engineering plans, traffic studies, parking studies, landscape, and that preliminary plan will come to City Council for review. So at this point, we're just at conceptual. And as you can see, the pink buildings are ones that you reviewed last year. Those were going to be the River Trail Apartments. The green building, it will be the proposed mixed-use building on its own lot. The purple is that large Mercury building that is proposed as healthcare uses. And then the 3 are the residential. These will be apartments. The one little small one is a clubhouse, but this will be 199 residential apartments. At this point, because this is conceptual, they don't know whether or not those will be rental or owner occupied. This provides us lots of opportunity to have further discussions of whether there's opportunities for workforce housing or other affordable housing opportunities. But again, at this point, it's conceptual. And then the 2 light green ones are the existing hotels that exist on this plan development. This provides greater detail as far as the proposed subdivision. You can see the pink is where the existing Mercury building is and the parking lot that will remain next to it. The blue purple is the proposed mixed use building that will have restaurants, commercial, no residential in it, but the residential is the large green one that is there as well. When we review subdivisions, we review them to see if they're in conformance with adopted plans. As mentioned, the comprehensive plan, strategic plan. We also review them to see if they have utilities going to them, which the case these do along Mercury Drive. We also review these to make sure that there are streets that are adequate to access these. So really, does the subdivision meet those basic criteria? At this point, we are not reviewing parking. We are not, that is something that would be reviewed later. A parking plan is not required as part of subdivision, and it is not part of the review for a subdivision. So as mentioned, for the review criteria, the relevant strategic plan goals that meets the 2 of these for affordability and economic opportunity, as well as enhanced livability and sense of place. This will provide greater opportunities for housing as well as business opportunities at this site. It also creates a sense of place and community and places for people to gather and build that connection and create that community in this space. This is an interesting site as it's almost exactly between downtown Durango and then 3 Springs. So it's great to see our community connect in that way along this corridor. Also meets the comprehensive plan, as mentioned, the subdivision as well as the plan development amendment and the conceptual plan must meet the comprehensive plan. Again, as mentioned, compatible infill is encouraged by the comprehensive plan, and that's what this is doing between 3 Springs and downtown Durango. It's providing development of a variety of housing types, and the existing facilities are available. They are already there in Mercury Drive, and it's compatible with adjacent properties. This is a great opportunity to provide mixed use in what was originally seen as single use development. So it's great to see that broadening of both business opportunities and housing opportunities in this plan development. Review criteria, all of these must meet the land use and development code. Again, as mentioned, we're just looking at this point for the minor subdivision of whether public services are available, as well as it doesn't compromise the safety or welfare of public and doesn't meet those basics of the comprehensive plan. So we did post the notice this for public comment as required by the Land Use and Development Code, Chapter 6. And we did receive public comments from the adjacent neighbor at the Durango Mall. They had comments that they would like the west property line of lot A3 to be screened, and that the Colorado Department of Transportation access permit be updated if required. This permit already exists, but if this requires any amendments, that those be adhered to. And they especially don't want the property to be utilized for direct access to the Sawyer Drive signaled intersection. Essentially, they don't want their parking lot to be used as a road. And so the applicant is amenable to all of these. There was another public comment received last Thursday, and it emphasized that the parking study that was submitted as part of the submittal, although not required, does not meet the parking study requirements. Parking studies are not something that are reviewed as part of the minor subdivision or a conceptual development plan. They are something that are required as part of preliminary. And it is something that we will dig into further and make sure that the parking requirements are met for any preliminary posed uses. At this point, there is nothing that requires that a conceptual or subdivision meet parking, and it's not required that a parking study be submitted. It is something the applicant submitted as extra. They also submitted a traffic plan, which is not required at this point. So I have been in conversation with representatives of the Durango Mall to discuss this further. And we will continue to work with them throughout the preliminary development plan to ensure that parking requirements are met for whatever use does end up being here. We don't have a specific one at this time. So it is a recommendation. Again, these are the three motions. The Planning Commission reviewed this at their meeting and voted unanimously to recommend approval for all three of these items. The first being the major plan development amendment. So recommend approval of the proposed plan development major amendment to redesignate the land use for Mercury Village Lot 1 and to allow subdivision of Mercury Village Lot 1 into 3 separate lots, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and discussed at this public hearing. Item number 2 is minor preliminary subdivision. Recommend approval of the proposed subdivision to divide Mercury Village Lot 1 into 3 separate lots, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and discussed at this public hearing. And the minor preliminary subdivision, recommend approval of the proposed, this is the conceptual development plan to convert the existing building into mixed use and healthcare, construct 1 new mixed use building and 3 residential buildings, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and discussed at this public hearing. And I can go into further detail on those if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Savannah. I'm looking to the city attorney, and not right now, but I'll open the public hearing. But can you confirm that we can take one motion for all 3 of these recommendations, or do we do have to do 3 motions? I thought she was just saying recommendations. Okay, so you'll pull them up against Savannah. All right, perfect. So let's open the hearing, the public hearing. Is there anyone here in the chamber who wishes to speak to this item? Has anyone virtually signed up to speak?
Yes, Mayor, we have someone who would like to speak. Michael Chapman. I'm gonna allow him to talk now.
Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Council. Mike Chapman, I'm an attorney in Durango, 150 East Ninth Street, Durango. I'm here on behalf of the Durango Mall. Miss Lytle did explain further today and then tonight, saying that the parking study that was submitted was, as I understand it, not necessary. But in looking at what I understand to be the minor preliminary subdivision process, once the lots are created by the subdivision, the council will then be establishing each lot having a certain acreage. And the concern that the mall has in looking at the study and the differing submittals that have been provided by the applicant is there simply isn't sufficient acreage on lot 1A to address the parking needs for a healthcare facility like Access Health in lot building A1. And it seems a little bit, at least from our standpoint, the cart before the horse. If you are establishing the size of the lot based upon the precise use that the applicant is proposing be used, and it turns out that a parking study gets done, and it may be that there is a great deal of additional parking that would be needed. I think what's important to note is before the applicable code, the land use code that is addressed in our written comments, was revised in 2021, the code was very clear in that it required one space for every 300 square feet for medical offices. That would have put this parking, the parking requirements for this lot to be in the range of 253 to 263 spaces. Because the parking study is reflecting substantially less, 140 spaces with an additional extra 60, they say up to 199, that caused concern. And so we asked the city, have you had somebody that is trained in this sort of analysis to look at the parking study? And I didn't get the response that, well, no, the parking study is not needed. I got no response. And the Durango Mall went to the extent of hiring someone to take a look at that parking study to make sure that it is compliant with the land use development code. And they retain the services of SM Rocha LLC. And you will see his that analysis and that report attached to the comments. And our position remains the same in the sense that why would the council establish the acreage for a particular lot when they know what the proposed use is, when once it goes through a preliminary stage, that may have to change and the lot size would have to change. So the question to me is for this minor preliminary subdivision is, I don't think there is another step for the subdivision process after tonight other than administrative review by staff. I think the decision is final and the lot acreage is set in stone unless it gets amended through a boundary adjustment or lot consolidation later. So we have asked, based upon that, that lot one not be subdivided into the three proposed acreage sizes until a compliant parking study gets prepared. And we view this as a legal issue. And we ask that you refer this question to the city attorney and ask them whether the parking study that was submitted complies with the land use development code requirements found in section 452B.
Thank you. Michael, I can't see your last name. I think it's Chapman.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, ma'am.
I might have forgotten to say that we have a 3-minute limit on its subject matter. I think it went over a little bit longer than that. Have you covered pretty much everything you wanted to make on this point?
Well, I wanted to let you know that we have Mr. Rocha available to provide comments based upon his report and to repeat our request that's in the submittal, and that is just to continue this project until there is a compliant parking study submitted.
Thank you. Council has heard this, but we will go into discussion later. Is there anyone else who has raised their hand to speak on this item? Virtually?
Yes, Mayor, we do have Mike Rocha who would like to speak.
Please go ahead, and I'm asking the host to make certain the clock is visible. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. My name is Mike Rocha. I'm with SM Rocha LLC. We're traffic engineering consultants located at 8700 Turnpike Drive, Suite 240 in Westminster, 80031. As Mike had mentioned, we have gone through and presented our review and opinion regarding the parking. Not to expand on the information that Mr. Chapman has mentioned. I did just want to briefly summarize our memo and that emphasize that we do see that there is the potential insufficient parking for the proposed medical uses and or mixed use proposal. We do share in the same request that Mr. Chapman has presented in concern of setting a lot line at this time. And we are also, again, just to reiterate one final point on our review memorandum is that we are of the opinion that the provided parking study performed is non-compliant with the land use development code, specifically for a special study needs as defined in the land use code. I am available to answer any further questions as it relates to previous parking studies and that we have done in the past as it relates to looking at comparable uses to help identify potential parking needs. But I will keep my presentation brief so that we can go through the remaining portion of this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rocha. I will seek all other public comment, and then I will close this amendment. We're going to take it one at a time. I will close that section and ask questions of council. Is there anyone else who has raised their hand to speak, and particularly is the developer present to address make any presentation?
Mayor, I don't see anyone else who has indicated that they would like to speak.
Okay, thank you. I will close this portion of the public hearing related to this motion and open it up for questions from council, of staff, or if they also wanted to ask questions of the developer, of the attorneys.
Savannah, can you give us a little bit more context around the parking situation and why this might work or why it might not work?
Yes. So at this point, what the application is for a minor subdivision. The plan development amendment would allow for the subdivision. This amendment would also allow for the use of mixed use or healthcare uses. It is not saying a very specific use. It is not saying it is absolutely healthcare uses and this is the company that's going to come in here. It's just saying from here forward, this building, which right now can only be used as general office, could now also be used as mixed use or healthcare uses. So it is not saying it's a very specific certain company that would use this. So we're just saying we'll subdivide this. And then when we come forward with the preliminary, at that point, we will have a better sense of what the exact uses will be in this, and we'll make sure that they meet the parking that is provided at that point. We don't do subdivisions based on a hypothetical company that's going to come in and whether or not. It's just saying we want to subdivide these that will then allow this building to be occupied. Perhaps it's just mixed use, which has a lower parking requirement. And then it will also allow for that other lot, the mixed use building, to be built on there. And then it will have parking. There's a lot of solutions to parking too. When we do move forward with the preliminary, which we will work further on that and make sure that it meets all the land use and development code requirements. When we do move forward with that, then we will absolutely make sure we have dialed down what it is. Maybe it is just going to be mixed use, which, has a lower requirement. So at this point, we're just saying we want to take this lot and divide it into 3 and create additional opportunities on these 3 lots.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Because I will jump in with a question. Savannah, one of the gentlemen said that if we go forward tonight and approve this, then you don't have to come back at all with a discussion of parking. Can you clarify? I mean, you expressed that you will look at it and make certain it meets code. Will you be coming back to council on something this specific?
There are 3 parts. If the major plan development amendment is approved, that allows these new uses and allows this one lot to be subdivided, that will then, that's a PD agreement that will be recorded. That will not come back for further discussion. The minor subdivision, if that is approved, which would just allow the 3 lots that were as proposed, if that is approved, it does come to staff administrative for final review. What does come back is that preliminary review, which is then parking. We will get into details, not only on parking, but engineering, but we will know exactly what the uses are, exactly how many bedrooms are in residential. And there's so many different solutions to parking too. It's not just black and white. Here's on the page this many. Maybe there's opportunity for bike parking, which would be a credit, or maybe there's opportunities for shared parking. So to not allow a subdivision when our land use code specifically has 6 requirements that subdivisions need to meet, and staff has found, and the planning commission have found that it meets these subdivision requirements. Parking is not one, but the parking will come back. It absolutely will come back for preliminary review by planning commission and city council.
Thank you. And I also wanted to note some of the things that other communities are doing is they're doing the stacked parking. So it's not like it's just the basic square footage that could be available. You could go up 2, 3 levels of parking for cars, and that's also a less permanent structure. It's movable, flexible parking. And that might be a possibility that you recommend.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I am, thank you for clarifying, and also from the attorneys. I'm just a little confused because we have in this package a lot of detail, building location, everything. And this is only about splitting up a lot. So is that, why do we have so much detail? Because in the end, if this moves forward to the next level, then they will say, someone will say, well, we already showed you everything. The buildings are there. We already discussed it in front of the council. Is that not a concern that they'll say, well, we discussed it, you didn't bring it up at that point. Now we're further, and you had it in your agenda package. We're looking at the buildings, we're looking at the sizes, the parking, everything.
So all of our preliminary or all of our planned developments are 3 phases. So every single one will come to you as conceptual. And that's really just understanding the basic ideas. Will utilities meet it? Is it on a grade that can't be met? So we're just looking at a very high level. And so it isn't a concern that when it comes to preliminary, you can have that further discussion. We might bring forward the engineering drawings and say, oh, it's on a soil that can't be moved forward with, or something to that. So there's a lot of flexibility within the preliminary that we can move forward. Right now, we're just saying, yes, move forward. We have found that conceptually it can be met with streets and utilities and the basics. So it isn't a concern. The applicant did provide too much information, and we as staff should have not provided that to city council, but we just sent you the whole application, and that probably caused confusion that wasn't necessary. So here forward, we will make sure that we amend those if needed, so it doesn't cause that confusion.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it. I think it probably will, it's not confusing, but it is creating a little, I guess my key concerns, and they will be brought up later, would be building height, the natural view from the river trail, all that stuff. That is for us later to see, and that will go through the different steps, I think. Another thing that I think is important is the access road. I saw it in one of the comments, but I'm not meaning the access road from Turner, and this is more of a side thing for this, not specifically to this property, but if you would, I'm going to just explain it to you. If you go north on Highway 550 and you turn into the mall area, so you'd be on the north side of this property. If you want to go left on the frontage road towards, what is it, Cias and Big Five, that intersection is not very efficient. Is that something, if this moves forward and there is so many units being added, something that probably would require an upgrade and a different design? I'm just putting that little seed in your head, because I think I hear complaints about people that going north, take the turn at the traffic light and want to go left on the frontage road.
Future development at that intersection will work with that, with the Colorado Department of Transportation. This one, this one will not access that intersection. There is a restricted turn coming out of the mall that's a right only, so you can't access this development. So in no way will have little to no impact on that intersection. But that is good to know that that is a concern. And when we have future development along that road, that is something we can explore with the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Thank you for explaining.
Because that intersection's the intersection they specifically say they don't want people going to.
Correct.
Right, like
Correct.
that was brought up there. And then I will actually disagree. I feel like seeing all of the information, we're knocking the applicant for being too prepared or too ahead of the game. I mean, I feel like that means that they're doing their work ahead of time. And I appreciated seeing it, even though I understood by reading it, it is just a subdivision. But it's just nice to sort of wrap your head around it, around potentially what they could be thinking versus just like they want it subdivided and where, I don't know. I appreciated it. So thank you.
I just wanted to thank you, Savannah, for really great reporting and helping us answer some of these technical questions and recognizing that this is just the preliminary conceptual stages. And so thank you for being so thorough and outlining it all for us.
Thank you.
Great. Can you put that motion for, oh, do you have something? I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just had a couple of comments for possible future input into the project. I think the amount of information you gave us is awesome. I love seeing that there's housing going to be going in there as well as multi-use. And I think that's an ideal location for housing and hope that someday the mall property actually redevelops into housing and mixed use. I think that would be awesome. So I love all the information. I did have a question about the this graphic that shows the housing with all the, yes, thank you. This is a beautiful look. Those trees are very mature and there's a lot of them. And I can see how that protects the river trail from the view of the units and the units from the people on the river trail. I want to hold Tracy to this standard if this is what he's going to show us in his examples. So I'm right now kind of calling him out on this and saying, hey, if this is what you're going to show us, this is what you better produce. And so that needs to be, I think, spoken to.
I do want to make a clarification. This is not for this project. This is for the one that was approved by City Council last year for the river trails. I should have clarified. I put it as a placeholder picture so you could get a sense, but these were approved. The preliminary plan was approved last year, but yes, it is also Tracy Reynolds, and we would probably expect something similar like this to come forward to you at preliminary. So yes, we can discuss and make sure, because it is part of the Animas River Corridor overlay, that they do have a certain percentage of landscaping, but we can make sure that even the baby trees will eventually.
I think that'll be really, really important, particularly for people who are rafting or using the river, not to have three great big huge buildings just staring at them. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You also mentioned on page 44 that the comprehensive plan is in support of infill housing. Additionally, this project will add to the available housing stock of the community, specifically middle income housing. So how can you say that if you don't have more information?
I can't say that. That should have not been in there. You are correct. I can't say that. I think at the time of writing it, I was thinking it was being apartments and maybe there's some variety there, but you're correct. I cannot.
Well, I agree with
comfortably
you that
say
I think
that.
any housing makes it better for us. But I just want to use this to say that whatever they do, studios, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, that we really need to see what we can do to create some of that as very specific workforce and middle income housing. I think that's critical, particularly when there's going to be a whole business right there that a lot of those people maybe could live there. I really like that idea. And I think that was all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, could you put the motion 1 up for us, please?
I move to approve the proposed PD major amendment to redesignate the land use for Mercury Village Lot 1 and to allow subdivision of Mercury Village Lot 1 into 3 separate 3 lots, and is subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and discussed at this public hearing.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Then let's have this vote.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
And Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. Savannah, if you'd put up motion number 2.
I
Please.
move to approve the proposed subdivision with the finding that the subdivision meets the evaluation criteria of the LUDC for preliminary subdivision plans and the Durango Comprehensive Plan and is subject to the conditions discussed at this public hearing and in the staff report.
I'll second.
Is that the same wording of what you just read?
It's back, it says public hearing first and that one says staff report first.
Okay. Is there,
I'm reading what they gave us in the packet.
actually, you got ahead of me because I was going to open this up for a public hearing in case there were any comments on this.
Oh.
Because we only took comments on the first item.
I
So-
thought we were taking comments on the whole project and then we were making three separate motions.
No, actually, when because they spoke for 3 minutes each, I just wanted to allow if there was, we took it as one, if there was any public comment, which is kind of like where I was going earlier. Is there any, I wanted to allow any specific public comment to this motion.
Public comments aren't specific to motions, they're specific to projects.
I understood that, but I was wondering if because they were so specific to the first item.
Well,
And
you
the
have a
parking.
motion on the floor. We either
Okay.
need a second or it has to die for lack of a second. And then we can have this discussion.
Fine, thank you.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I think you raised a good point. So what is the official procedure on this agenda item? Is it 3 public comments and 3 motions? Is it one big project? Is it 3? I think we should clarify.
Well, I think you have one public hearing and you can make the motions any way you want, and the mayor sort of guides the discussion, but as Counselor Baxter mentioned, when you have a motion, you just gotta let it go. And that.
Can we have a public hearing in the middle of a motion?
I think we're in a public hearing right now, so I think maybe
No,
just
it's been
wrap
clo-
up.
The public hearing's been closed.
Maybe one way to approach that is to withdraw that motion and finish up the public hearing and then take up the motions after that. And the mayor closes it.
Is that what you're thinking, Mayor, that you'd like to do?
Yes, we don't usually have 3 separate motions going into a public hearing, which is why I wanted the clarification. Would it be one motion or 3? And so my view is that somebody might have something very specific to this motion, and I wanted an opportunity for that person to speak if they did.
So I'm kind of challenged by that because I don't see how why they wouldn't have said that during the public hearing for the project. Why wouldn't they have given their comment about this, just like they would have about the first one?
I believe they were limited to 3 minutes, and I heard one person say I may have other things to say on the other items. And so I wanted to just, in the spirit of being available, I wanted to make that option available, and maybe there's nothing. And we may have specific questions also of Savannah about this, which could come under discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. They can.
But I wanted to make certain if the attorney and the representative of the mall had other things to say about these 2 other motions, given the limited time that we make available, I was willing to open that up because this is an unusual procedure.
Well, we've had multiple motions before on other public hearings, so I don't know that it's that unusual. We haven't had 3 before that I know of, but I know we've had 2.
I leave it to council.
Do you have a thought about what you guys would like to do?
I think we have a motion on the table, correct?
Right, but I can read.
Oh, we did take that.
I can pull it back.
I would say just to be safe, like withdraw it and then use to public hearing.
Okay, all right. I will withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to now open the public hearing. If there is anyone in the audience or anyone virtually who has a comment to make about this motion, particularly to this project, if as discussion that was not covered in the first round, please raise your hand and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
You were absolutely right, Mayor. This is the first motion I made. This one right here.
Yeah.
So the second one, Savannah, can you put the second one up? I know that says number 2, but in the documentation you gave that it's the one about evaluation criteria.
I believe you read the third motion,
Well,
Councilor
it's-
Baxter.
Yeah, it's the second one on the list they gave us, the one in the packet. So, all right.
So we are going to look at motion number 2, if you'll please forward, since this past motion has been withdrawn. The second motion, is that number 2, Savannah? No, could you put that up, please? We've approved motion number 1. If you could kindly put up motion number 2. I will open a public hearing because this is an unusual 3-part issue. And I just want to make certain we're compliant to the maximum level. I will open public comment. We have no one in the audience wishing to speak. Is there anyone virtually who wishes to speak on public comment related to this motion?
This motion we've already
Yeah,
approved.
yes, Mayor. Virtually, we have Michael Chapman.
You read the first one.
So the one that separates it into 3 separate lots, we have already approved. I made the motion, it got seconded, we approved it.
If the motion, the second motion is approved and it's not even allowed to be the first, you have to have the first motion approved for the second motion to be approved. Is that, am I missing something here?
In the packet, it's listed differently.
Okay.
So motion 1 and motion 2, motion 3 are numbered differently in the packet. That's what Kim read, was the packet, not what's on the PowerPoint.
I'm not explaining myself right, or maybe you're not understanding it. You have to make whatever motion it is first for you to make the next motion.
Do we have
for
to
you
do that,
make the third
Savannah?
motion, No
Or is
matter
there-
how they're listed in any document.
Is there a hierarchy of motions here that have to be made?
There is a hierarchy. The first one, the major plan development amendment needs to be approved because it will allow subdivision. And
And
then the
that's the-
second one is the subdivision. I thought that they were the same in your packet. but
This is the
perhaps-
one I read, right? Basically, it's Mercury Village Lot 1 allows subdivision into 3 separate lots and subject to the conditions. That's the one I read. That's the one we approved.
That's 1.
That's 1. Yes.
Now we're on 2. Yes, that's correct. That was 1.
There we go. Although neither one of these that are in the packet say anything, say 3 separate lots again. See, that's separating it into 3 separate lots.
Right, but your first one, I believe you also included the language to redesignate the land use for Mercury Village Lot 1 and to allow subdivision of Mercury Village Lot 1 into 3 separate lots. That is what it says on the staff report. So you read that one. And then this is the next one. So it's very similar, only it's not discussing uses. It's just saying we're approving the minor preliminary subdivision to allow the 3 lots.
So thank you for the clarification. So I'm just providing an opportunity for anyone virtually, if they have something else to say, separate from the previous comments, to have an opportunity to do so. Would you please raise your hand if you have something to add?
Yes, Mayor. We had Michael Chapman again.
Mr. Chapman, thank you. The clock will start with 3 minutes. And may I ask for you to clarify how this differs from comments related to motion 1, if you may do so, please. Thank you.
Yes, if I can, I just want to make clear, if the city council is relying on the parking study that was submitted by the applicant in making the decision as to the subdivision of the 3 specific lots and the specific acreage, then we believe that's not in accordance with law and not in accordance with the land use code. Just want to state that, and I have no other comment.
Thank you. Has anyone else raised their hand to speak on this motion?
No, it doesn't appear anyone else has raised their hand.
Thank you. I would like to open it up to council if they have any questions of Savannah related to this motion. Any questions of Savannah related to motion number 2?
Then I'll move that to recommend approval of the proposed subdivision to divide Mercury Village Lot 1 into 3 separate lots, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and discussed at this public hearing.
I'll second.
Discussion? I will add, Savannah, I'm not certain you were able to hear it, but there was a question of relying on the parking study that was provided. And you've made clear to, at least to me, that this will come back as you're further along. Can you also then just by shaking of your head that this, the same process would, with regard to a parking study would apply to here?
Not to a minor preliminary subdivision. It will apply to the next motion. It does say the heading's the same, but this is for the conceptual development plan. It
Mhm.
will come forward for the preliminary development plan, which will be brought forward to City Council and Planning Commission.
Thank you. I wanted to make certain that the folks with public comment heard that. So with the motion and no more discussion, may we have a vote?
Counselor Buell?
Yes.
Counselor Baxter?
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef?
Yes.
And Mayor Noseworthy?
Yes. Savannah, may we call you up one more time, please? And can you pull up the third motion? Thank you. The third motion is on the screen, and I will open the public hearing for any comments related to this motion. We have no one in the audience wishing to speak. Is there anyone virtually who's raised their hand?
No, Mayor, no one has indicated that they would like to speak.
Perfect. Thank you. With that, is there a motion?
I'll move to recommend approval of the proposed conceptual development plan to convert the existing building into mixed use and healthcare, construct one new mixed use building and 3 residential buildings, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and discussed as this public hearing.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion related to this motion? Then let's have this vote.
Counselor Buell?
Yes.
Counselor Baxter?
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef?
Yes.
And Mayor Noseworthy?
Yes. Thank you, Savannah.
Thank you. No, I will make sure that the motions as presented are the same in the staff report for clarity.
Just let me get my notes here. We are now at council reports and actions. There's no, first of all, there's no introduction of ordinances. So we're at council reports and actions. The first one is boards and commission liaison reports. Is there anything specific to that? Anything? All right, the Natural Lands Preservation Advisory Board.
Thank you, Mayor. It was on December 12th and they elected a new chair and vice chair. And they also did an overview of our city council discussion of the 2005 sales tax. They are talking about a strategic plan development for our natural lands so that there's something to guide both their objectives and goals and their spending, which is great. I'm very excited about that. It'll be coordinated, obviously, through Turi and the Parks and Rec Department with the Parks and Rec Board. And the overall idea is that the council's strategic plan will guide the strategic plan for those departments so that it'll all be in alignment. They also got a update on the 2023 projects and programs that are in the works for natural lands for next year, and on the Durango Mesa Park Trails. There was a presentation there. Also, okay, I'm never going to remember what this one is. Is Turi here? No. Okay. So they also talked about an OPDMD, which is I'm not going to get the words right, but it's an assisted vehicles used for trails and things like that by people who are not as physically capable. So we talked about that policy and what things might need to be changed there. Talked about a whole bunch of other things, and we also had an executive session. So they also talked about wanting in the future to post to road development and preservation opportunities. So I thought that was kind of interesting, seeing them get ahead of the game and be thinking about that. So does anybody have any questions on the Natural Lands Board? And then I also went to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board meeting on December 14th. And they also talked about the OPDMD policy and some changes that they'd like to see. They also talked about their strategic plan development schedule and timeline. There was also a new development that I'm sure you've all heard of being proposed up at Trimble Lane on the river, which is a luxury RV campground. And the river organizations and some other groups had asked the Parks and Rec Board to write a letter recommending public access and improvement of access there, as well as a couple of other details. And I think it was a good letter, but I also think this is something that council needs to have a discussion about is can a board make a recommendation about a project that's outside the city, for one thing, that council hasn't discussed and we haven't made a recommendation for. So this whole letter was all in process before I became a leader. So I think I would kind of like to maybe put that in a note for where do we discuss that? Does that go in our boards and commissions conversation? Because I could see we could get into trouble somehow there, or it not being quite what we want. And maybe they actually would have wanted council's signature on it too, to even make it more impactful. So I see that as something we should discuss. They got an update on the pickleball courts, which was great. And also another item that is troubling me is they're having a discussion about the 2005 sales and use tax. They have created a subcommittee, which they created before I became the liaison, to go out into the community and advocate for re-upping the 2005 sales tax. And having discussions with public members about the benefit of the Parks and Rec sales tax and what we've done and how we've done it. And to the point where one of the committee members asked staff to create maps that show parcels of land secured and things like this. And we all know that if we did a 2005 re-up, we can't use public resources, city resources to advocate for it. And that would be a case where we were doing that. So that's one issue. But the other issue is that they are way ahead of us on this conversation. And this committee was formed before I was a liaison. And I'm very, very concerned that we now have a board that's out advocating in the community for something that we haven't even concluded our discussions on. And I don't know what to do with that, but I'm bringing it to you to see if there's something that how staff feels about that and where we might go with that.
Council?
Oh, I'm sorry, how council feels about that.
Yeah,
Where we go with that, I'm
say,
sorry. It was like,
council
and
thoughts?
partially because Mayor Pro Tem Youssef had also mentioned at a meeting, I don't even remember when this was, almost last summer maybe, that we were concerned that the board might be getting ahead of council when we hadn't had these discussions yet.
I will add that I've had individual comments when different board members have called me on this, and I've said, I appreciate your passion, but I think this is an opportunity that the council needs to discuss. And I'll even go back to, I remember, the discussion of 2005 came up in the 2021 election. Candidates actually, who now are sitting here, talked about, we need to be thinking about these things. So there's been a discussion among council for almost 2 years now of the 2005 tax. So it's not as if we aren't talking about it and talking about potential uses. So I think I find it very hard to believe that after personal conversations with advisory board members about the importance of council leading, it doesn't mean you can't have a position to be an advocate, but there still is an opportunity. And the council has a responsibility to look at all of its funding needs and sources and make choices for the benefit of all of the city, not just for one component that some groups may feel strongly about.
And to your point, I just wanted to also let you know that when I asked about this, the concern was that council wasn't doing anything and that they were afraid we would miss the opportunity to re-up the tax specifically in the way that they wanted it to be re-upped.
I think it is super important that we recognize, and it's super important we have people in our community that are passionate about the success of it. Even I'm going to forget Rick, when you mentioned you would like to see what the 2005 on that map, what we've had, where it's went, like, I think that that is a great resource that maybe we should look into, what the 2005 sales tax has done, what the 2015 has done, what the 2019 has done. So we can, one, inform our citizens, but two, also see like the benefit that it's had. So I don't think that that is a far off ask. And I think it could be a great resource if we decide that we want the staff to go that route. But I think it's important for us to hear these citizens are super active in our community, and they obviously are passionate and care and serve on our boards. And so their ideas, I think that makes us better counselors to know what people are passionate about and want, and then us to balance that, what we need, what's best for our community, where all the funding lies, and what can we leverage from grants, what can we not, what can we get past, what can we not, and then go forward. I think as a council liaison, when boards get ahead of things, I think that's just our job to nicely, say yes, like, go put out feelers. What does Durango want? You are in our community, you're in our biking community, you're in our whatever community you are in, but then also don't get ahead of council in as nice of a way as we possibly can, because I don't want our citizens, especially active ones that are passionate about our community, to feel stifled, or like we're not listening, or that we don't care, or that that's even the direction we don't want to go. We don't know where we want to go yet. And I shouldn't even say we don't know where we want to go. I don't think we haven't had that full decision-making discussion, and we're not behind the ball, but okay.
Other comments?
Jose, as a staff person, did you want to comment before I commented?
No, I don't have any comments on this one.
No thoughts from staff on that?
I mean, from a staff angle, it's the part of boards and commissions and being respective of the advisory role that they play to the city council. Staff, it's not a point where we have appointed portions to it. But obviously, we want to make sure that we are in alignment with council and the advisory boards. So I think it's critical that the council and the advisory boards are in alignment, because it definitely helps staff when y'all are in alignment instead of when you're not in alignment. So those would be the comments that I'd pass on.
Right, that alignment is key. And we are going to have the big picture discussion, correct me if I am wrong, in February, correct?
Yes, it is scheduled for the first study session in February on boards and commissions.
It's interesting because I remember serving on the committee that served to help when I was on the Parks and Rec board, to serve to help pass the reauth of the 2015 tax. And, or was it? Yeah, 4 years early. And so, but we were in alignment with, and we knew that we were in alignment with council. It had a lot of support, passed overwhelmingly. And, so I just, we're a little out of sync. We need one more quick month here to catch up, which I don't know how often they're meeting. But it would be really great if we could have that opportunity. So I don't know where they are in that, but places us in a little bit of a difficult situation.
I'm going to read a little bit of this email, and then I'd like to ask for advice from council. Like, what would you like me to tell the board? So one of the sentences is, I find myself primarily interested in how to make the 2005 tax achievements easily tangible to prospective voters for a 2005 tax reauthorization. So right there, they're already planning like what they're going to say, and we don't have that set yet. And what may never be manifested if the 2005 tax expires. So it's kind of like, here's all the projects we're going to be doing, and we won't be doing those if it expires. So I was a little bit taken aback at the depth of their conversations about this. And so we talked about it, and I'm like, I said, your job is to advise us. Our job is to decide how we fund things. And that was not really accepted very well.
I'd like to add two things to this discussion.
And I'd like to ask Councillor Bosmanson if he has any input into this, because this.
Oh, that's right. You were the liaison.
You were the Parks and Rec liaison prior to my coming on, when this committee was formulated and when they went out with their mission.
I think we're discussing a topic in very much detail. But I think for any advisory board, they come up with topics that are of concern and bring it to us. And if they're discussing this, I think it's great. And I hope that they continue to share their opinions and their desires. And when it comes to their meetings and their agenda, and it's, as now you're a liaison, I hope to hear what they're recommending. So I think it's, I
I think
encourage a
though
lot
that
of this
they're
stuff.
concerned that council wasn't working on this and that we were going to lose an opportunity. I think council should have known that. Because what I told them was, I really feel like we should have had a meeting with them so that we could talk to them about what their concerns were, what their needs were, what their ideas were. And then they could hear from us what our plans were and how we were going to handle this. And I think that that would have precluded them going so far down this road without council's support at this point in time.
So Mayor, I appreciate you bringing it up. Thank you. It's helpful. I do think that we're under reports and actions, and I
Yeah.
don't think this has been agendaized. So
Yeah.
in trying to step forward and move forward, I wonder if we could see if there's council support to possibly put this on the agenda for the next meeting, or do we need to put it under new business? Or can we make that discussion here, do you think?
And I'd like to add something to that because I have a concern. I have a concern. I appreciate you, Mayor Pro Tem, raising this as an opportunity to do it. I also, in any further discussion, it's one thing to advise, and that's what these are, advisory boards. I know we walk a line with tax measures, not using city resources to advocate. And usually you interpret that after it's gone to the ballot language, but I want to be careful there because I want to make certain that we are not in a position of using city resources, and this is a city functioning committee, to advocate on behalf of a tax measure. I want to caution us all to think carefully of that. And then I'd also like to say that I know that when the 2015, and we can bring this up, came up, and they were in alignment, council was not looking at the inability to pay for our roads at the time. Council wasn't aware of it. And I think in this case, council's been very active in talking about other potential uses for this resource. So while I welcome citizen engagement and advisory, and any group can form a separate committee, but using the platform of a advisory board may give me pause because I want to make certain we're not out of compliance with any legal issues there.
Tony, can we get your advice on how to move forward?
Yeah, maybe Mayor, thanks, and City Council. I guess what I'm hearing is that there are some concerns related to this reporting concerns. And without knowing sort of our historical approach to the council's approach to reports and concerns on the agenda, and because there are some concerns with what the mayor is talking about, I think maybe it'd be best to say this is something that could be noticed in the future on a future meeting, that we could get the advice on these issues that the mayor is raising to not only the council, but maybe even just sort of general advice with these sorts of topics before the city council takes up that item and makes a decision and gives direction.
Thank you. And I'd also like to add that I think it's very important. This is one very strong advocate group or advisory group, but where's the opportunity for others that may not have a position or an advisory board? Where's the opportunity for people concerned with housing to say, wait a minute, we need to think about this as a potential use for this tax.
Right.
So that's my concern also, is that we're not getting a full representation from the community. And that will, I think, come out in part of that February discussion and the follow-up from that. So I also want to make certain people aren't using a platform that they have for a specific agenda without thinking about the whole of what the community might need.
Can I say something in regards to just the council reports and whatever agenda we're on, actions, is that I feel like Kim, what is a council liaison? She went to a meeting. She is asking for advice on how to respond to this email for council reports and actions. I don't know, is that out of bounds that we help her, or do we need to put it on an agenda? That, like, I just get what happens if it goes forward and staff starts helping.
Well, I look at reports and actions, historically, we've just been reporting.
Yeah.
We haven't made a lot of decisions. I don't feel like I have enough information to make a decision here, like Tony was
Yeah.
suggesting. I'd like more information. I think it's dangerous to get into setting direction or making decisions on something when we're just supposedly reporting out, when Parks and Rec or this committee has not been, even informed that we're having these discussions.
Yes, they have been. I told them I was going to talk to council about this.
Well, the community hasn't been,
Well,
it
but I'm
hasn't
not
been.
asking for a decision, Melissa. Their next meeting is on the 11th. And I know that this conversation is going to be on that. So is there anything you would like me to say? I'm just asking for some
Feedback.
Feedback.
I'm not, I guess my position is I would like to have further discussion before I'm ready to report back to them, even if it's on next week. I feel like I need more information, like you were suggesting, Tony. That would be very, as to what you brought up, Mayor. And I'm not ready to comment myself. Maybe others are.
I'll jump in. I feel as though this is ahead of council. I believe that we've made it very clear in public and in conversations with individual advisory board members who have sought my opinion that we need to look at this tax possible reallocation from a holistic citywide view with a full, robust community outreach for what's best, rather than having it a one group with a platform determining this without the full council discussion. I welcome a robust discussion, and I look forward to our February meeting to do that.
I mean, I kind of said what my thoughts were earlier, and that's kind of where I stand. I would not want to stifle a group that is so passionate and cares so much and that tax has done so well. And so but to get it in front of council is also not a great idea. So yeah, that's right.
No, I agree with you. I don't want to stifle them either, but I'm just afraid that it'll come out so differently than where we're going. So.
But I would definitely myself be in favor of this discussion sooner than later at our next January 17th meeting, maybe even getting some potentially some advice, following up on the mayor's questions about the legality of expenditures, any liability we might face in that regard. I know in the past, when I served on the 2015, I would need to uncover more of how that was absolutely legitimate, the way we did that. So I think we would need to look into some of that further. Those are the questions I have.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, I understand why is there funding that is being discussed. And if
It's
you
not
need
their
any,
funding, I'm sorry, it's
It's
taxpayer
the city's
dollars.
funding from taxpayers.
it is the reason for their existence, that tax. And I think if you need any feedback from me that you want to relay, I would say that they're doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you.
I have the airport.
And after that, I have the IAB.
I have a little update too.
Okay, so I went to the airport commission meeting on December 15th. We talked about Agile Space Test Site is increasing their lease. They're expanding 6 times the current area that they are leasing from the airport, and because they're going to be putting in another test site. So they test like engines, thrusters, spacecraft engines, basically, and they've had one test site, 2 stands on one test site, but you can't operate them at the same time. And so they're going to expand their lease more space and have 2 separate test sites so they can do more testing. They're rapidly growing and expanding. This is their second phase, and they're already in plans for phase 3, which is possibly moving into a bigger building than they have right now with the airport. They're looking at the old BP building and stuff. So yeah, good there. We looked at our leasing, or the airport's leasing policy, in terms of the hangars that there wasn't for many years any sort of policy. It was sort of just like leasing, and then one was adopted, but it's very like continuing to make it more effective. There's some loose general guidelines, and so we kind of tightened that up a little bit and made it just a little clearer for people that are leasing there. We also went over the 2023 Airport Commission meeting review for what we're going to be talking about, and then our work plan review for the year. This was prior to all the crazy This meeting was prior to all the crazy holiday airlines. So that was not a topic of conversation in this meeting, but I'm sure the next meeting probably it would. Let's see, November 22 passenger traffic finished at 110% of 2019 levels, 93% of 2021 levels. As you know, we were did great in 2021. We're continuing to go through the terminal development phases and projects. Everything's on track and looking good. So yeah, there you go.
Olivia, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there was one MAP Multimodal Advisory Board meeting that I hadn't reported on, and that was the visioning event that took place. And I think I did I? I don't think I mentioned that meeting. So it's basically the visioning for multimodal and the discussion of the updated plan. Similar as last year, they would like to see more minimum standards, updates to the land use and development code, addressing maintenance and long-term investments, and better communication of, and these are just highlights, communication of the whole connectivity system. And that was pretty much that meeting.
Very good. Thank you. I also attended the Infrastructure Advisory Board meeting, and we discussed several things. We looked at the rate study, the water rate study, and kind of the direction that they felt they needed. Again, we discussed it earlier today, but for the public, it's the balance between maintaining Durango as an affordable community, but also making certain that we're fiscally responsible, have the funding we need to take care of the water facilities that we have, while also encouraging conservation, but not being penalizing wanting to have a green lawn and some trees. So it was a discussion around those items. Council knows that they have an assignment to complete a study and get that back, or a survey and get that back in 2 days, so that the Willen firm can continue with that portion of the rate study. We did not set a deadline, if I recall, but I know that they're pushing for April to have that to us. I believe that's early April. Also, we talked about utilities and the street plowing and the challenge of that. And I know that I'd also want to give a shout out to the staff who are out there in the wee hours. I hear them at 4 o'clock in the morning downtown, so I want to give that shout out. We talked about stormwater management, and Jennifer will be coming back to council to make a presentation on that along with it. We also talked about the Ute Pass and the rates, and that will be coming to council. And IAB, I think it would be important to get some of their rationale to us before that council meeting. They have some strong thoughts on that about what was originally paid for and intended, and if it were going to be done brand new, what would the costs be that they would be paying? So I think we want to look at that carefully. On the another important issue we talked about was the 251, and we talked about some of the pricing of that, but we also had the question raised, which was, why would that all need to come out of the 2019 sales tax? Why couldn't the 2015 sales tax support sidewalks and bike lanes? Because that's part of what their funding is available for. And then that would then free up more money to do things like alleys and other things. So that was a healthy discussion, and I appreciate the challenges that they raise. And in the spirit of having what other boards are talking about, that's something that they ask, which I think is in my view, a legitimate question. Why not use 2015 money for sidewalks and bike lanes on that section? I'm not saying I support it, but I wanted you to be aware that those questions are being raised.
I think that's great, Barbara, partially because that goes to our boards and commissions conversation about what entity decides what dollars get spent where on what, and how does that get figured out when there isn't a big overall picture of the finances and how things are going. So I applaud their willingness to have that discussion.
And I should also add that one of the other discussions was with regard to Durango Mesa Park, and the sewer. Is that a responsibility of ratepayers to pay for that sewer and water up there? Or is that a separate question, or is a separate source of funding? Because, who pays for the amenities and who pays for the basic need for other water? And it's, again, there's no answer. It's just those questions are being raised, particularly when they feel a responsibility to be fiscally prudent with that enterprise fund. So and that's also relevant to the discussion today we had with Durango Mesa and future infrastructure investments that will be needed. Any other reports or action items under this agenda item? We're good? Okay. Then I see Sarah Law in the audience, what some folks have been waiting for. Basically, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this is, because I will need someone to read the motion in its entirety. But this is a discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene in executive session for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter, specifically to conduct the annual evaluation of the municipal judge as permitted by CRS 246402-4F. Do we have the longer motion within the?
I believe that's the complete motion.
That will serve. Then I will need someone to make a motion, reading the same thing again.
I'll move to, let's see here, convene an executive session for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter, specifically to conduct the annual evaluation of the municipal judge as permitted by CRS 24-6-4024F.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
I have a question. Will we be going in as council first and then having the personnel person, or how are we?
We'll follow the same procedure as we did with the city manager. The city municipal judge will come in, review their self-evaluation. Every counselor will have an opportunity to agree or disagree or provide comment to the city municipal judge on that. The municipal judge will then leave and council will collectively, I will, working with the mayor pro tem, work to consolidate those comments on each section. And then we will, later I will read that back, and later I will follow up with with the mayor pro tem in a written evaluation that summarizes what we discussed in executive session and present that to the municipal judge at a future date.
Great, thank you. I just wanted Sarah to know that she's right up now.
Any other discussion? We did have the motion, right? Okay, I'm like trying to keep track of it all. All right, let's have that vote.
Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
And Mayor Nosworthy.
Yes, thank you. Time is now 8:26 and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Sarah Law, Olivier Bosmans, Jessica Buell, Melissa Youssef, Kim Baxter, and Barb Noseworthy. For the record, council met in executive session for discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene an executive session for the purpose of discussing a personnel matter, specifically to conduct the annual evaluation of the municipal judge as permitted by CRS 24-64024F. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matter is not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item of the agenda is discussion and possible action concerning the outcome of the evaluation of council appointees.
Something that hasn't come up before, does our evaluation of the municipal judge have anything to do with a salary increase or anything like that?
Sarah Aaron and I discussed that a while ago, and Aaron, you may need to come up here and help us. Sarah's on a contract. And I know we had a follow-up discussion after that. Might you come up to the microphone, please? So we provide her with a contract, and you want to talk a little bit about how her position is different from the city attorney and the city manager?
I sure can. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And Tony and I looked at this briefly also earlier last week. So Tony, I might need your help. When I reviewed the contract again, it said the term of the contract was for 2 years. However, the compensation outlined in the contract, it made no reference of how long that, if that was different than the 2-year term that's in the contract or not. Outside of that, for any of the positions as part of the budget process, a 3% increase was included based on what council decided to do after, after the evaluation conversation. But that does not necessarily mean that has to happen or like automatically like it does for staff as part of the budget process.
So when does the 2-year contract end?
We just finished 1 year, I think.
Sorry?
Yep. Sarah's been in the role for 1 year.
Just been 1 year.
Okay, so it has another year on this specific contract.
But that does not.
No, I'm just,
yeah.
There's 1 more year left on this specific contract, and which has a stated pay.
Yes, for the position.
Right, and they split it maybe between
Right,
2 people, but
right.
the position itself has a stated.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But if council so chose to offer a cost of living and or a merit increase, it could, the contract could be amended to reflect that.
Right.
Yeah, Tony, right, yeah.
That's
I think
right.
so.
Yeah. The council just has to set that salary and they can do that.
I wasn't recommending anything like that. I just kind of wanted some clarity on how that worked. I think generally a contract is a contract unless it says in the contract that there are merit increases or cost of living increases.
If any counselor wants to have an opinion or make a motion to do something differently than the contract, that's up to this body. Right now it stands that there's nothing that's been discussed, but it is not impossibility.
So I also think that there was an audit done of the municipal court with recommendations that I think we talked about the idea that the council would want to go over those recommendations with the input from the municipal judge, Sarah Law, as far as what her thoughts are on each of those recommendations, and then decide how we might go forward with either enacting them or not enacting them or making them more forward, as well as some other recommendations that she have. So did we want to like request a time to have a conversation about that?
I think as you're just asking for the council direction on setting up a study session or something like that. And I think we can, as an outcome of this, we could seek a consensus. Is there a support from council for a study session to go over Sarah's recommendations and any changes that she might want us to consider?
I support that. After we get Sarah's response to the audit and like her, thoughts in terms of what she would recommend as well, in conjunction with the audit. It's not like a 911 where it has to happen like next study session, but yes, I support that.
I would support that as well. And in addition, I would just add that I would support a cost of, whatever cost of living adjustment we're doing for our employees. Aaron, what was, or Jose,
3% was the cost of living adjustment.
I would support that from the municipal judge as a city employee. I would make a motion that we'd make that cost of living adjustment to the current contract for the municipal judge.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
I think that Ms. Law's evaluation went very well in the sense that I think she did a good job this year. And she brought forward some ideas and some thoughts and is open to how to make our court system more successful for our community. And I'd really like to see council move forward with that in conjunction with our hiring of a new city attorney, so that because they have to work so closely together, given that the city prosecutor's in the city attorney's office, and to make that all work together to bring us forward to, because our city's a little more complex than it used to be, and bring us forward so that that all works out really well.
We have a motion on the floor, but we also have a request for support around a study session. Can we finish the study session and then return, or let's finish the motion about a raise and then make certain that we have the direction on a study session.
Yeah, that's what my discussion was on
Yeah.
the motion.
Yeah. Any other comments on a cost of living raise? Then let's have this vote.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef.
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Buell,
Yes.
and Mayor Nosworthy.
Yes. Thank you. Now, the next issue is I want to make certain that there is the level of support for having a study session to, once the municipal judge has provided us with a written memo of the items to discuss the recommendations and possible changes to some of the way the municipal court is handled. I've heard from,
I support that.
I support that.
I support it.
And I support it.
and I support it.
So does that mean that you and the Mayor Pro Tem will then remind Sarah of that so that she knows that we're supporting that, and also about the cost of living increase when you give her evaluation?
Yes, and I'm also looking at the city manager because he'll need to schedule that into an upcoming study session. As we said, it's not an urgent item right away, but I do think we'll need some time with the,
Aaron just sent me a message that it was already on the January 17th study session.
We moved that one.
Oh, we moved it
Yeah,
to,
because there was the lodger's tax
Lodger's tax.
discussion.
yeah,
Okay.
January 17th is packed.
so we moved it to, do you know what date we,
It's just in the pending.
okay, we'll find a date for it.
All right. Thank you. I'm looking to my agenda. My agenda that is in front of me under item 15, very good, here we go. This is the new one, is a discussion and possible action concerning, is interviews with candidates for the interim city attorney position. This will be done in a public session. And then we may, item 16.1 may call for an executive session followed by discussion of possible actions. So Tony, we have some candidates queued up. Do you want to start with some opening on that, please?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks, City Council. Maybe Nick or Tom could tell us who's in the waiting room, but we expected 3 candidates. The City Council has the information that they submitted. There's one candidate, Bill Tuthill. Another candidate is Dufford Waldeck Law. And their representative today is Chris McEnany. I hope I'm saying that right. And then I'm not sure if Michael Green is here tonight, but he submitted his information.
He is,
to be
Tony.
considered.
Yeah, Mike Green is here,
Okay, great.
as are the other 2.
I did but I do have a copy here if you wanted to take a look at that.
Do you have sufficient copies for everyone?
I can go make copies or.
Yes. And
Okay.
Tom, is it possible at all to have these on the screen?
Mayor, I can answer that for Tom. What I'm going to do is promote the candidate or the people, the candidates, yes, to panelists, and I can spotlight them, so they'll be the big thing on the screen.
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to suggest a 3-minute break while we wait for the materials to be provided and the information to be up on the screen. Please return in 3 minutes.
Unless there's popcorn, you know.
Hey, Nick, can you show the attendees list?
I'm working on that. Give me just a sec.
And Tony was asking me who's going first.
I don't know. Who would you like to go first?
Barbara, do you have a preference? Is there a scheduled list?
I did not handle the arrangements. I don't know who Tony spoke with.
Nick, just go alphabetically.
Okay.
Oh, it's so much warmer in here. It's so cold in that.
Oh, yeah. It is. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, though, it's here's Rebecca and the song. Going to the bathroom, it's like freezing in the bathroom. It always is. The bathroom.
Yeah, I like keep propping the door open in hopes that some heat will escape and jump in there accidentally.
It doesn't create a sound. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Because the one under here is not working. It's because it's not plugged in on your phone. Oh, actually, you can speak with that. Okay. If you plug that one in, then it works. All right.
This one?
Yep. Yep. Now they let you. No, but
I don't know what this is all about.
we don't need that.
I wonder if that's why the internet went. Is that supposed to be? It's just.
My little secret. All right.
All right. Do you have everyone?
Yep.
All right,
Tony, are we taking folks in alphabetical order? Or is there, I see Mike Green is promoted.
yeah, I was not given an order. Is there a specific order you wanted to go in, Tony? I just went with alphabetical by last name.
That's perfect. Thank you. If that's okay with the mayor and city council.
Sure. And just for record, Tony, maybe you can just give a recap of the way you reached out to people and just kind of the process there. Very
Sure.
briefly, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So when we started having a conversation about a new interim city attorney, I reached out to general counsel at Colorado Municipal League. And his name is Robert Cheesley, and he was really great. He offered a few names that he thought might be interested in this position, were qualified for this position, had this sort of experience. And so for sure, Bill was on that list. Dufford Waldeck was on that list. I don't think he was familiar with Mike, but thankfully Mike reached out. He's local. He's from Cortez. He was the city attorney there for a very long time. And I'm really grateful that he reached out and expressed some interest. And so he submitted his resume and his interest. And so I'm really appreciative of these candidates saying that they're interested and they wanted to talk to city council. And so what I did is I emailed the folks who were on that list and those who may be interested and asked them to submit their biographical information, their qualifications, and perhaps a fee proposal. Not everybody had an opportunity to do that, and I hope that that's okay with city council. We did give them pretty late notice on that. And so this, I think, was intended by city council to be a conversation to sort of suss out who they thought would be a really good fit for the city.
Very good. Thank you. I see Mike Green here on the, we see you. I want to test your mic just a second. Can you speak into the microphone for a minute?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear?
Yep. Perfect. Good. So thank you. Thank you for being willing to meet with us at this late in the evening. I think you're aware of the situation. We are in the search for a permanent city attorney. It was Tony's recommendation that we, in the interim, really look for a interim city attorney to handle that workload. And Tony has subsequently resigned to pursue perhaps other forms of law. And so I do want to start off by saying that we recognized that the work of the city attorney office in Durango has changed over recent years. It's gotten more complicated, perhaps more demanding. And so this is a temporary position, and we recognize that it's to some extent, we won't necessarily have the bodies in place, but we may also have the access to additional resources. So I want to set that stage for getting the kind of help. Could you just start by telling us, and we've got your materials in front of you, a little bit about yourself and why you'd be interested in this position and the time frame that you might be available. If you'd start with that. And then I'll ask all of the other counselors to have questions ready for you.
I noticed or read somewhere that you were looking for an interim city attorney. I recently resigned from being the contract city attorney for Cortez. I think it ended in June or July of last year, 22. I'm sort of reorganizing my practice. I have the time available. And so I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring and see if I could meet your expectations or your needs. I'm a small office, secretary myself. I've been doing this as a contract attorney, oh gosh, since about 2006 on my own, and from about 1986 as either a partner or an associate or a deputy city attorney, assistant city attorney. I currently represent the town of Dove Creek and have represented them for the same long period of time. I'm familiar with charter cities, and I guess maybe the best word is philosophically how they work. And I understand the pecking order of the legal requirements, charter ordinances, state law, and I'm available. I have the time. Given that it's a short-term project, so to speak, I'm not interested in becoming your city attorney. I'm sort of organizing to start cutting back and spend more time skiing, fishing, those kind of things.
Thank you. And just to clarify on that, and you would be available pretty much immediately?
Yes, ma'am, I could. I have some court hearings tomorrow, but Friday and Monday, we could start. I had some questions about what kind of time time commitment you were looking for and whether you were looking for an employee or a contractor.
Council hasn't had a chance to fully decide that. I'm not certain it's necessarily an employee. What we had discussed through Tony's guidance was a contract person to come in and do the work of the interim city attorney while we search for a permanent. And my own view is that then the permanent would probably come in and want to hire and build the team and hire an assistant city manager. But we have not, as a council, discussed that level of detail, in part because we are working with a firm, Baker Tilly, to determine that. As for time, I'd like to council to jump in. I have my own thoughts, but I don't want to dominate that discussion. If it doesn't get covered, I'll make certain you're aware of my thinking. Council, thoughts on time or other questions?
I mean, I would say in terms of time, Baker Tilly gave us a timeline of 9 months at the early, is that what it was? 9 to 13 months?
And I was,
Hire this April?
excuse me, my question was the amount of time you wanted me to spend.
No, I know, but I was just trying to
Okay.
think, I was first that, and then, I mean, Tony, you're working full-time with this position right now, correct?
Right.
So we would need a full-time employee to fill the contractor employee to fill the role for until April-ish.
I think there's a lot of issues and way to look to actually be facing you. But I think Tony was working full-time plus, and I think that's what we need. And so I think that's what would be very helpful from our standpoint.
And I would jump in that I recognize it would be full-time, but I also recognize that there might be other counsel that could be hired project specific on some items, and there could be funding available for that. I'm not expecting someone to come in here and be working more than full-time, and I've recognized that this job demands more people. Right now, I'm looking for appropriate coverage almost in a stopgap manner.
And I think that this is going to require a full-time person for us to be covered, and that would be not just in the office, but also at city council meetings. We have a lot going on. We're pretty complex. We're a large organization, $170 million organization. And so I think there would need to be a full-time coverage in this position. And I'm also, I didn't see, and I may have overlooked it, but and you may not want to tell us at this point, but the cost involved in this for us, if we were to contract with you and you wanted to do this job, what might we be looking at? Did you hear that, Michael?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just thinking, right now, I have other commitments that would keep me from being in an office in Durango 40 hours a week. I have a contract with the state of Colorado with pending cases. I have a contract to represent parents in social services cases and some other areas of court appointment. I have some other clients. So as a contractor, I would be looking at meeting your needs in a more flexible manner. I have a secretary, legal assistant who is able to sometimes answer more questions in a better way than I am about what's going on and where things are. So I don't know that I can give you 40 hours a week to meet your needs if that's what you think they are. I'll just be upfront with that. That's one of the reasons the city of Cortez, we talked about it, they went to a full-time employee simply because of time constraints. Short-term interim, if you really have to have somebody in the office 40 hours a week, I am unable to meet that need or requirement. As far as cost, I normally bill out at $300 an hour. That gets you pay for nothing other than your out of pockets. My insurance is covered. My education is covered. I don't charge travel time. I don't charge mileage. I don't expect you to buy me lunch if there's a meeting. I mean, that's what you get with a contractor, and that's why the price is different than hiring an employee. And I'm not sure whether it's a better deal or a worse deal, given all the extras that come with the salary that nobody really thinks about and adds into that hourly number.
Right. Would, if you, irrespective of 40 hours a week on a normal schedule, would you be able to attend city council meetings?
That's probably one way to make the job easier, is to sit and watch you folks and listen to you and get your input. That cuts out a lot of extra time of calling people up and trying to figure out what's going on. I think that's mandatory. I think whoever is the interim has to sit in at every meeting. I would be giving you priority for, I guess you said through April, on my time, recognizing though that I might have to go to court on a certain day or do something. But I have 2 meetings a month I go to now for Dove Creek on Thursdays. I think you're on Tuesdays, so that's not a conflict. I can move my schedule around if I know in advance to meet your scheduling needs. And with Zoom and phones and emails, there's a lot of ways to meet needs, as long as it's not always instantaneous gratification type of response time.
Thank you very much.
Mike, it's Michael, right? Yeah. Mike, does
Either
that,
one.
okay, great. Does that fee also include your paralegal, or is they would be providing services? I'm just trying to make certain if it's not just.
That would be for everything.
For everything, perfect.
There would not be a
But,
charge for her.
Understood.
She's very experienced. She's been with me about 11 years now. She's not a real paralegal, but she's a really top-notch legal assistant. She's able to work. She's worked with several city clerks, town clerks, preparing ordinances, getting them formatted the way they like. She's experienced in that.
And I respect your forthrightness with how much you can actually, the time commitment that you can make. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if in the course of our interviews, if we found that there might be two different entities, each of whom could provide maybe 30 hours a week each, and that might be what is necessary based on, or some combination. Would you be amenable to working with another attorney, perhaps from another firm or independent firm, where you might carve out the workload and then can still meet our needs?
That's an interesting question. Because you're currently set up to try and have a city attorney and a deputy or an assistant city attorney. And as I understand it, you have something of a part-time paralegal. That works in an employee situation. I'm not sure how it works in a contractor situation. I think it would work if there were specific, if you hired one of us as the city attorney and then perhaps carved out specific projects for the other contractor as an assistant or a deputy, and they worked, say, with the planning department or whatever was for the next 4 months. They had specific departments they worked with and helped.
Examples are purchasing agreements, other things that we're trying to address.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that kind of gives me pause is what if somebody disagrees with what the other guy said?
I can appreciate that. Thank you.
And I don't know what the duty would be to you, the client. For example, if they said Green doesn't know what he's talking about here and you shouldn't do that, well, do they jump up and say that? How do they convey that to you? And then the same with me. That's the only drawback that I have. If you made one of us the city attorney and then hired the other one as a special city attorney, so to speak, who was just doing certain projects, that might be a better way to do it.
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts on that.
Do you folks have people who like do your water law?
Tony, why don't you provide some examples of the external contracts that we have?
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yep, Mike, we do have special outside counsel on some issues, water law including. We use a firm out of Denver. We have outside counsel that advises the city on certain finance questions. We have outside counsel that's currently helping me with some things like real estate and land use planning. And so we do have those sorts of relationship with outside counsel. And I think if I can just comment on that too, I think the city ordinances and the city charter contemplates a city attorney being appointed. And so I tend to agree with Mike's approach on that. That would be difficult to have two separate firms or solo practitioners appointed as city attorney. I'm not quite sure that would work. So
I appreciate that. I raised the question, but I also wanted to put out there that we do have standing relationships with different firms or other attorneys that have stepped in on specific projects, and we continue to use them.
And I think you can, and I think that's more how to set up the deal is you have the city attorney and these other attorneys do work. In some ways it's supervised or just overseen by the city attorney, or they report to him or directly to you, but they're special city attorneys is what I call them. They have specific projects. They're not the everyday nuts and bolts city attorney. If you're doing that already, which is why I asked the question, I think just expanding that to include other special jobs would work. If that makes sense.
Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring, as you said, and at such short notice. I I'm just wondering how, from your experience, and you've been in different positions, what are the key legal requirements that you would see need to be met for that bridging period? Like what key topics are we really?
I think an interim city attorney, a lot like an interim manager or an interim almost anything, is looking at holding things together, making sure that things operate. To some degree, you could bring in new ideas, new items that the city wanted to promote and do. But basically you're, I don't know if this is the right word, but it's come to mind. You're sort of babysitting, holding things in place until the new staff, city attorney, can come in and take over and start with making progress on the major things that need to happen. I think legally, to have me start or an interim attorney start something that's long-lived, that's going to take many months to complete, I don't know that that's in your best interest, because the new city attorney might think, oh, this isn't right, we need to start all over again. And so to avoid duplication or to avoid setbacks or whatever, it's more of keeping things running, keeping things in place, making sure nothing happens to disrupt things. But new and major projects, if they could be put off until the new city attorney and his or her staff take over, would probably be the first legal philosophy I would be recommending. Hey, let's just take care of what we need to do to keep things moving forward. You're going to have a lot just doing that. And then see if you have to start a process, okay. But if you can put it off for a couple, 3 months, that might not be a bad idea.
Thank you.
In this day and age, I feel like we're seeing a lot more open records requests, complaints, baseless lawsuits, ethics complaints filed, and it is a little bit volatile in some ways. What is your experience with that? And, I know you just said that, you'd like to just keep things running smoothly. Right now, it doesn't feel like anything is just easy and smooth, unfortunately. And so I'm just wondering how you envision dealing with some of those items that are popping up more and more.
The open records requests, when we do those, or when I was doing those, for example, for the city, the clerk and I would meet, we would look at the request, we would go over the request, we would get what documents met the request, or send out a letter that said, hey, would no such documents exist. We would, I've regularly handled, hey, this is going to cost you $1,000 for these 100,000 copies you want, or whatever. Litigated several requests in district court. I think it was mostly for a sheriff I represented for a while. So I'm familiar with the process. There's probably some changes since I stopped doing it in June, but that's not a big deal. Almost everything you have is open to review, unless it meets one of the statutory exceptions. Litigation, it's generally been my practice, if you receive a notice of claim, we notify the insurance carrier. I think your carrier is Sursa, so I'm familiar with them. I've worked with them. I've been the city attorney through several, seems like about half a dozen 1983 lawsuits involving law enforcement, police departments, sheriff's offices. So I'm familiar with how Sursa handles them and dealing with the attorneys. Other kinds of litigation, I've handled the appeals where Sursa did, well, your policy may have you get an appeals attorney, and I've worked with Sursa on numerous occasions to get them the information they required to respond to the, it's a 106 appeal to district court. And so I know that some of the people at Sursa, I've worked with them. I may even know your claims person, and have worked with him or her. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
Other questions from council? Mike, oh, go ahead. Did you have a question? Okay, Mike, in addition to what kind of hours are we expecting? What questions might you have of us?
I really don't know right now. You know, it was more along the idea, and you have to make a decision, contractor or full-time employee or as needed, or you know, share the workload in some way, shape, or form. I'm open to suggestions, so I don't really have a lot of questions. I think you pretty much answered them for me. I hope I'd answered your questions that enabled you to have some information to make a decision, and I wasn't just babbling.
And no, you weren't babbling. And I just also want to make a point that what I'm hearing you say is basically about 30 hours a week, not necessarily every day over in Durango, but you do see the value of being here for appropriate meetings. We talked about going through April, but I think we both and all of us need to recognize that hope is one thing, and the reality of getting people on board and into the position may take longer than that. So I also wanted to see if there was a cutoff date for you, or do you see this as a potentially open-ended until our permanent position is filled?
We did the process for Cortez, and it took almost 6 months, because I think I gave my notice in December and said I would stick around till June, recognizing that the Baker Tilly, I forget who it is, they take a while to get things done depending on how quickly candidates come out of the woodwork and apply. I can be fairly open-ended, but it's going to involve, I can't, here's the problem. I don't want to destroy my existing practice. And so I have weekends this year, so I have time to give you some extra time to get the 30 hours in or whatever it takes. And as long as and as far as it would be a monthly invoice sent to you outlining what I did, and a cost associated with it. And hopefully I got paid within a reasonable time. We hadn't talked about that. That's how it's been set up in the past. The end of the month, you would get a bill. I would give you in time for a city council meeting to approve the bill, whichever meeting you do that at in the month. And so that I'm fairly open-ended, but there's a limit, because if I'm going to take time away from other parts of having a sole practitioner, I'm going to need some time. I have to go back east for a couple of weeks for my mother's funeral. We're going to have that in the spring sometime, and I have to take care of some business back there. And that may take me a week. It may take me 2 weeks. It's a little unclear. And that right now is the only thing I think that might give some, but I'd be available by phone and email and things like that while I was gone. But that's the only thing I'm aware of, and that's sometime in May or early June.
That's all very good to hear. And I will say from our experience, when Dirk took a 2-week holiday, we contracted with a local attorney to provide coverage. So we recognize that people have other engagements, but I did just want to put that out there. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else before we let Mike go. Thank you. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. As you said, as Councillor Bosman's reiterated, we'll be interviewing a few more people, and hopefully we might have a decision yet this evening. So,
Do you want me to stick around, or will somebody, or if somebody can call me, or, because you're probably going to be a couple more hours, right?
yeah, sometime someone will be in touch with you, maybe not tonight, but by tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you very much for the
right.
opportunity, folks. I appreciate you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
I don't know that there's a Diana. I think we have Chris McEnany. Is Chris on there?
Yes, so Diana is one of our translators, but I'm getting Chris McEnany in right now.
He's with Dufford Waldeck, and so we received notice today that Chris was going to be coming to the meeting instead of Shelley. You have Shelley's information. I sent via email Chris and David's information via email. Dufford Waldeck.
Hello,
can you hear
Chris.
me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chris McEnany. I'm an attorney with Dufford Waldeck in Grand Junction. I'm a partner here. My partner, Shelley DeConish, couldn't be here tonight. She had a scheduling conflict, and she asked if I would step in for her. And so I'm happy to help. We talked just a couple days ago, and as I understood it, the city has found itself in a situation where its existing city attorney had to leave on short notice, and you need someone to essentially step in. We talked about it here internally, and our firm, we'd certainly like to develop a relationship with the city of Durango. We're just a little bit of background. We didn't have a whole lot of time to put together a proposal, and I would like to get something to you so that you have A, some background information on us, and B, a financial proposal. But we're based in Grand Junction. We have a second office in Montrose. We're comprised of 17 lawyers, 5 or 6 paralegals, various support staff. We have a significant focus on municipal law practice, and that includes things like representing local governments, special districts, counties in litigation, but also in advising those entities on day-to-day matters, advising staff, responding to inquiries and concerns, and then also advising governing bodies, elected officials, and staff as well. There are several of us that have significant municipal law experience. Shelley is former assistant city attorney with the city of Grand Junction with, 14, 15 years experience in that role. Myself, I might do a lot of municipal work, but my most significant experience was over 20 years as city attorney for city of Moab. And then also David Reed of our Montrose office also has significant municipal experience. He's an existing city councilman in Montrose now, but many years representing the town of Mountain Village and other local government entities, and that's true for me as well. We talked about this as sort of a kind of taking a team approach to this because none of us can. We have existing practices. We have other clients. We couldn't just drop everything and come down to Durango for however many months you may need us. And what we've talked about is trying to designate a lead person to liaison with the city And then coordinating with all of us on staff here to try to cover your needs, whether it's advising a department head or attending a meeting, or getting a development agreement drafted, or an ordinance drafted, or whatever, what have you. I mean, we've got a fairly broad range of talent. We've got associates that help us with things. We understand you'll probably have ongoing litigation matters that may need to be monitored with your insurance counsel. You may have, well, there are going to be things that are going to develop that you're not prepared for, and we're used to working with your staff, and I'm sure that you're very lucky to have a very good staff there, who probably can handle most day-to-day things. And really, we're contemplating just being ready to fill in the gaps as you need us. But we didn't have an opportunity to submit a financial proposal. I'll try to get you that. Generally, we would just bill you for our time, and we would participate in a lot of things remotely, as people have to do these days. There is a geographic barrier. I would say the one disadvantage for my firm is, well, there's three of them. It's Red Mountain Pass, Mullis Pass, and Coalbank Pass. So we're not going to be there day in, day out. We can get down there if you need us, but we're contemplating that most of our work would be handled remotely. But I'm glad to answer questions. If there's specific things, I'd be interested to talk with you about what your needs are, what you need the most help with, what your priorities are over these next few months. Those are things that we'd like to know about, and then we can figure out how to meet your needs. And really, what we're interested in doing is developing a relationship with you guys.
Very good, Chris. Thank you. I do want to clarify for your information. We actually won't have any staff. We are searching for a city attorney. We recognize that we need a assistant city attorney. Tony was hired in that position. He actually took the position of the interim, recommended to us that we actually find an interim. And he also has recognized that municipal law may not be for him. So in a week or two, we have a paralegal who is retired but is still working with us. So when you say you have a staff in place, I think it's important, as you think about workload, that we really wouldn't have a professional on board in this interim. That may impact the number of hours that we would need from a firm, which may be more than the 40.
And yeah, and Mayor, I appreciate that. I mean, what I meant to say, and if I was not clear, I apologize. What I was referring to is your professional staff, your clerk, your city manager, your department heads, public works, planning. Those are the people that we're used to working with on a day-to-day basis.
And they're exceptional.
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
exceptional.
And I think I'm sure you've got a really good staff there, and that's what we've heard, and we're happy to help.
I'll open up for questions. I'll start with one, though, that I've asked the previous candidate. How quickly could you be ready? And we envision this for several months, but it could go longer. And I wanted to get your response to the ability to start with maybe an immediate contract, but recognizing that we might not get a permanent city attorney as quickly as we'd like, and then the immediacy of your starting and having your team in place.
Yeah, the nice thing about hiring a full service law firm is that we can scale up as your needs grow, and we can scale them back too. Conversely, we could get started very, very quickly. If you tell us that you have a bunch of major projects, we may have to do some shuffling and handing some other projects off to others, but we can get started quickly. It's really just a function of you telling us what you need right away, and then we'll have to figure out how to meet that.
Thank you, Chris. I'd written down a couple of questions and you answered them all during your conversation. So that was great. Question for you though, that I didn't write down. Tony, you're leaving on the 18th? Well, okay, so you may have till the 9th or the 18th, depending on the situation, to have conversation with our current interim city attorney to get an idea of what we have in line and what needs to be done. And then you mentioned a main contact. Would that person also be managing all that list of details and how it gets handled and helping us prioritize them and making them happen, and then picking more up and adding to the list as we go by?
I think that's right. I think you want a main point of contact, and it would most likely be either myself or Shelley DeConish. We're both partners in the firm. She's down the hall from me, and you'd want a main point of contact, and then we would be responsible for delegating discrete tasks out to others. I assume that you've got regular things that need attention. You may have ordinances or agreements or, transactions that need to be looked at. You mentioned procurement, things like that. Those are things that we deal with frequently. And we want to, and I think the most common function that I think we perform is just fielding calls from local government staff people saying, look, I got this angry person in my office asking about X, and what do I do? And I expect that there'll be some of that that we have to deal with, like open records requests or development agreements or land use approvals. That we do a lot of that kind of stuff. Real estate, real property development. It seems to me like you're facing those kinds of pressures. I'm guessing, but that's what I'm assuming.
Sure. So 2 more questions. One is, and I realize it would probably be virtual, but would you be in attendance for our city council meetings? And then,
yes, it would either be me or Shelley or even David if for some reason one of us isn't available. And we'd really want to kind of develop some continuity there. And one thing I tell other municipal clients is we'll talk with your staff and see what you need. There may be some meetings where you don't need an attorney present. There are many things that your staff is very capable of handling, I'm certain. And you may be able to do more with less, and it actually might be a good thing. I mean, you don't want to be paralyzed by having the lawyers in at every stage, but yeah, we can do as much or as little as you need of us. And if it means you need us at your council meetings every time, then we can work on that.
and do you have an idea of what a fee schedule might look like?
Well, yeah, we need to get you a proposal. Our rates here, and they just went up here in January 1, but they range depending on experience level of people. For partners and of council with municipal clients, we're in about the $300 range per hour. Associates, we're typically at about $230, paralegals at $130. We don't charge for most routine tasks. That's typically built into our rates, but we could get you a detailed structure that shows you exactly what we'd be billing for. We bill on a monthly basis. Our invoices are down to the nearest 1/10 of an hour, and we try to give you as much detail as to what we're doing. And the other thing is, I mean, we'd lean pretty heavily on your city manager to tell us what tasks you need the attorneys to be looking at, because you're the client, and you guys and your staff is going to be giving us direction. And then conversely, I know that there are always going to be issues, policy issues, initiatives that are organic to the council and that your council members have questions about. And we're comfortable advising, and just call us or email us and we'll assist on those things. But yeah, we'll get you a financial proposal that lays out all of our billing details, and then you can tell us if that works for you.
Thank you.
And I will add, Chris, that the direction of our appointees, and in this case, even though it's an interim contract work, direction comes from council, not any individual counselors.
Right. I agreed. And
So you won't be getting a lot of requests for specific information without the full consent of council.
Often a point of tension on governing bodies, and certainly aware of that. And the other part of that is you as a body delegate the bulk of managerial responsibility to your city manager, and that really is that person is our point contact for so much of what we do.
Thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate it. Is there a hum? Okay. Plugging mine. Okay, I think that'll help. My name is Melissa Youssef, thanks. And I have a couple of questions for you. So did you suggest that you're available to start right away?
Yes, depending on what you need us to do. I mean, if you say we've got a court appearance tomorrow morning, that might be a stretch for us. But I guess one of my questions would be, what are the things that you anticipate needing help with immediately?
So, I was just kind of thinking about that because you had mentioned that. And so some of the things that I just jotted down quickly as we were discussing, as you've been chatting with us, we have ongoing litigation issues right now that we would need help with immediately. Core requests tend to be a common occurrence here. Definitely attending our city council meetings. I think remotely would be okay if you think it would be okay, but we need attendance at those, and also some, we have questions during those meetings on process, legal questions, liability things. We have a lot going on in our community development department, a lot of projects going on. We have annexation issues in 2023 that are going to be hitting the city, potential ballot questions, homelessness issues, camping issues, lots of questions around that, questions regarding ethics, questions regarding Robert's Rules of Order for council meetings, just, basic how we run and process things, process our meetings. I feel like we need guidance and advice, and I think it's I personally think it's a full-time job here, and it's and maybe there's things that we can be farmed out to certain agencies for, but it would be really nice to have a point of contact at one firm that we could get to know, and have a relationship with, and be able to reach out, regularly with that one point of contact in general, and then work with. So I was, it sounds like you have an ability to cover at your office and help us here in this interim phase. And so, if you think you could, if those issues are, common for you to, I would imagine that they're similar to the other cities that you've been working with.
I mean, the things that you're describing are things that we deal with fairly regularly. And every municipality is different, and you have different ordinances, but the statutory matrix is the same. So advising on those types of questions are things that we do frequently.
And I would jump in. Thank you, Melissa. I would jump in a couple of other things. We have intergovernmental agreements that are being worked on, MOUs with other partners, real estate transactions, leasing arrangements, right-of-way issues, But we also, I'm going to look to Tony, we also contract with other firms for some of that, some issues around ballot measures. We've contracted out issues around real estate law and CIRSA. We obviously are using their services as well. And that's, I'm sure between all of us, we could, if we had the list in front of us of what Tony and others have been working on, we'd add, 2 more pages to that.
It's a lot and pretty broad. What you have is fairly typical for a city of your size. And I don't know how any one person can manage it all. Is one of the things that we have to delegate. We have to recognize expertise in others and work with others. That's something that we recognize.
Hi, Chris, this is Jessica. You've answered most of all the questions that I asked previously. And I think that there's definitely a benefit to potentially having more than one person fill this role. I think it is over a one-time full-time job, probably, to be successful. As long as you think you can make the commitment. I like Councilor Youssef said, we do need someone, I believe, in our council meetings. We've had some issues on council and it's good to be able to have someone to direct and give us feedback about things. So as long as you feel like you or Shelley can be available for that, I think that would be really important.
Okay.
Chris, do you have questions of us?
I was going to ask you, do you guys have a municipal prosecutor? I mean, who's handling your code enforcement, municipal court stuff?
We have a municipal judge and we do have a prosecutor. I don't believe it's a full-time position.
Okay.
And I will also say that we recognize that when a permanent city attorney comes in, they may want to implement some changes, but we're always looking for what best practices we should be incorporating into the city attorney's office.
Right. I ask that because that's one of those things that oftentimes can be, for lack of a better term, kind of a time suck, intensive. You got to be there in court to monitor those cases. I don't know what the caseload is like. It can't be that much. But that's good. If you've got an outside municipal prosecutor that handles those, then the city attorney's role is really just monitoring. And that's really what I see we'd be doing, is just making sure that nothing goes off the rails during this interim period until the city has selected a permanent candidate. And then we'd certainly like to maintain a relationship beyond that if possible, but that's all to be seen.
Any other comments from council, or Tony, did you have anything that we missed?
No, I don't think so. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Chris, thank you. We will hopefully be having a discussion. I'm not certain when we will reach a decision, but we will keep you informed, your firm informed. And I appreciate you very much reaching out.
Thanks for your time. And I appreciate it. Appreciate you talking to us, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign off.
And then next I'm going to bring in William Tuttle.
Welcome, William. I'm Barb Noseworthy.
Those lights behind me are annoying. Let me turn those off. Sorry about that.
No problem.
That's my mother when she's mad at me.
Welcome and thank you for participating in this so late in the evening. I'm Barb Noseworthy. I'm the mayor, and we'll just open it up for questions. But I also want to open it up for you to just tell us a little bit about yourself, your practice, your availability, anything you just want us to know.
I've had the upside and the downside of listening to the interviews with the other two candidates this evening. So I'll cut to the chase. I am a sole practitioner. I am semi-retired. I spent 15 years in the Jefferson County Attorney's Office, being their primary litigator and then being their county attorney. I spent 13 years as the Broomfield City and County Attorney. And a year and a half ago, the city of Thornton called me up and said, we need an interim city attorney because we've suddenly parted ways with our existing city attorney. And I spent 7.5 months in that role. So I've been an interim city attorney as well. I currently represent municipal clients on a part-time basis. My active clients include San Miguel County. In fact, the Dufford Waldeck firm and I are on the opposite sides of a land use development case for community housing, just outside the town of Telluride down there. And I'm doing some work for Douglas County right at the moment on some land use cases, as well as some state property tax matters. I like doing municipal work. It's fun. It's challenging. I've generally discovered that the people who go into local politics are people who care about their community. They like where they live. They want to keep where they live a nice place to live, and they want to make it as good as they can make it. And the attorneys who work with them have the opportunity to help make that happen. And so I've spent 30 years in municipal law because I like it. I'm really a litigator at heart who fell into management somewhere along the way, but I prefer being a lawyer. And I enjoy it. In terms of availability, I could start next week. I've got a brief due by the end of the week in 2 Douglas County cases. And I happen to agree that whoever your interim city attorney is ought to show up at virtually or in person at your city council meetings, because it's nice to have someone you can look over to and ask questions of, and who keep you on track if you need it. So that's a little bit about my background.
Thank you. I appreciate that you could be available next week, but with your other clients, do you have a sense of the allocation of time you might be able to provide to the city of Durango?
Yeah, I do. And in fact, as I have had this conversation or listened to the conversation with the other people, I'm going to, I'm just going to flat out make you a proposal. If you appoint me as the interim city attorney, I'll probably be able to commit about 30 hours a week maximum to that. Give me some authority to hire people like Mike Green to help get some of the work done. The very first item on my list is to try to convince Tony Mestis that he ought to stick around a little bit longer, because municipal law really is a lot of fun and an interesting position. And I'll put him in touch with some people that I've worked with over the years who will happily tell him that I'm a pretty good guy to work with and who will encourage him to stick around long enough that we don't leave you guys without appropriate legal representation. But I'm prepared to do the job on a flat rate basis, which is what I did for Thornton for 7.5 months while they were looking for a new city attorney. And I underbid that project. But that said, it was interesting, it was challenging, and they were happy enough with me at the end of the day that they gave me the ceremonial watch they give to people who've been there 25 years. I have a street sign in my name, and they gave me the keys to the city. So I have to say I must have done okay as a temporary employee, because you know, they rewarded me appropriately and I enjoyed it. But I'll tell Tony that he ought to stick around for a while, and I may not be able to persuade him to do it, but I'll certainly give it a try.
Council, questions?
Okay, now I've thrown you off your guard.
No,
and
no, you
I
haven't.
wonder what a flat
You're
fee
good.
looks like.
No,
I'm
we're
gonna
good. I'm
offer-
just,
Go ahead.
council, other council members with questions.
Well, you did have the advantage of listening, I think. So it's hard to ask you questions. You heard a lot of our questions. I'm 30 hours a week, you think that you could commit to?
I think I could. I don't think I could do more than that.
And did you tell us what your bill, would you just do hourly? Is that how you work it?
I bill most of my clients by the hour, but I will tell you that my arrangement with Thornton was I quoted them a flat monthly rate. And I said, no matter how much I work, no matter how much or how little, and I'll be honest, I underbid it because I ended up working 45 to 50 hours a week. And it was a fairly tough gig, and they had a pretty full-size staff. So I'm not going to do that again. I can't work that much on this and not send a couple of my current clients, cut them loose. And I'm not prepared to do that because they're good people, and I like working for Douglas County, and I like working for San Miguel County. And I did some work with Gunnison recently on a ballot initiative and a sales tax issue that I listened to your discussion earlier tonight about your parks and recreation folks. And Gunnison got into trouble because they spent city money pushing a ballot initiative. So I would propose $18,000 a month as a flat rate. And what I discovered with a flat rate is people aren't afraid to call you up because they don't have to pay by the hour.
I hate to tell you this, Bill, but you put 10,000 in your email.
I did, and that's when Tony and I said it would be 15 to 20 hours a week.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
And that was before Tony indicated he was probably leaving.
How much am I?
So I know it was in my proposal, but that was assuming 15 to 20.
Thank you. I just had to hear what you had to say about that.
Okay. You'll get honesty and candor out of me, ma'am.
And is it mostly, you do have availability pretty typically Monday through Friday?
I do. And at Tuesday nights, I spent 2 decades of my Tuesday nights attending city council meetings or, other meetings. That's part of the job.
And the flat rate, when you do the flat rate for a monthly rate in that scenario, that is just, it's just salary, just, or
Thornton put me on the payroll for a variety of reasons that they kind of wanted. It doesn't have to be like that. The only thing that I did tell Tony and put in my proposal, I carry my own malpractice insurance, but I would like to be covered under the Governmental Immunity Act. So whatever it takes to consider me an appointee in some manner that gives me the protections of the Governmental Immunity Act. I spent enough time in local government to understand that there's some value to that. And I'd also like to point out in response to some of your other questions, I know some of you have asked, open records, open meetings. For better or worse, you're going to see my name on some of the biggest cases in the state of Colorado that deal with open records. At Jefferson County, the Columbine shootings led to a lot of litigation, both over open records and autopsies and all sorts of stuff. So I'm familiar with these issues, for better or worse.
that's good.
So, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. No, you mentioned very early on that if you needed to hire an additional attorney for a specific project or something, is that did I understand that correctly? That would be something you could do or would do?
I mean, with your authority and budget, the answer is yes. I mean, I listened to Mr. Green and heard him say that, he can commit some time to projects like this too, and he's got some familiarity. So Somebody like that, because I happen to be opposing counsel to Dufford and Waldeck, probably not them. But there are some other people out on the Western Slope who are available and affordable. My normal hourly rate on an hourly basis, I charge $225.
Right. Do you have staff, paralegals and all of that on staff? Or
I
how-
have a woman who used to be my legal administrative assistant when I was at the city and county of Broomfield. And when I call her up and ask her to help me with stuff, she charges me, gets the work done and does it. But she is not an employee. She's an independent contractor. I've hired her enough this year that I'll have to send her a tax form. But you're looking at the point of contact.
Okay,
If you appoint me.
right, and you would be the person that would work with the city manager to make sure we had everything all in line and all our issues were taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate you applying and I think all the answers are similar that I hear, but yeah, appreciate it.
I do have one more question. If you are appointed and we accept your proposal, then as you know, we're in the middle of a formal city attorney search. We don't know exactly how long that will last, and you are available through however many months it takes.
I should be. I mean, the same caveat that some of the other folks have indicated, I have vacations on my schedule. But I can be available by phone and Zoom for most of those. I'll be honest. I think the likelihood that you get somebody who will accept the position and start by April is slim. I mean, the realistic, not that it's not a good position, but realistically, you're going to go through a search process. You're going to have to interview people. You're going to have to come up with a decision. And in all likelihood, whoever you hire is going to have to transition from whatever they're currently doing to being the city attorney for Durango. And most people aren't going to do that overnight. They're going to take a little time in between. So I think you're probably looking at early summer. Can I be available for that period? Yeah, I can.
Bill, thank you for your candor. I appreciate it.
You'll continue to get it if you hire me.
Yeah, great. I think as long as you're available for city council meetings, find that as necessary as we do, that you're here and that you can commit 30 hours a week, and understand that you'll probably have to contract some other things out. Like we have relationships with obviously Sursa going through some lawsuits right now, and other attorneys for, land acquisition and, different things. I think it could be doable.
Not to interrupt, I do have a good relationship with the folks at Sursa. I've known a lot of them for decades. We were essentially self-insured at Jefferson County, but we used Sursa at Broomfield and we used Sursa at Thornton. And I know their folks, and I'm a litigator at heart, so.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Bill, thank you. I want to seek some clarification because I heard two things, so I just want to be clear. I heard you say that you're available for about 30 hours a week, and I recognize that, and that you may need to hire other people, and that you wanted a flat rate, but then you also mentioned that you'll do what's needed to get the job done, if that's 40, 45 hours, whatever. And then you offered the flat rate of 18,000. So I'm still just trying to get very clarity. Is that 18,000 and you'll contribute 30 hours of your time, and whatever else is needed, you'll fill in, or will then allocate from the city's resources additional funding for other people?
I want to make sure I answer the question correctly here. And what I'm thinking is for $18,000 a month flat rate, that I'm basing that flat rate on the assumption that it's going to take me at least 30 hours a week of my
Sure.
time. If I can't get the job done in 30 hours a week, I'm going to ask for permission to hire some of the outside special counsel, like who you currently use for water law. I understand you're using D. Weiser at Snow Butler for your bond work, your finance work. I don't know who you're using for water, but I probably know whoever it is. The water law community is not that big, and Broomfield and Thornton both had a lot of water issues. So I'm talking about saying, okay, you recognize and I recognize that 30 hours a week isn't enough. If I can't persuade Mr. Mestis to stick around and fill in the gaps until, there aren't any gaps anymore, I'm going to ask permission to hire somebody else to contract with the city to make sure that your work gets done.
Understood. Now, thank you for that clarity. Any questions that you might have of us?
Well, here I've had the benefit of having most of your questions answered by the other candidates who asked the questions. I'm going to ask this one in a different manner. What do you expect the biggest challenge that the interim city attorney is going to face?
Yeah, maybe that's Tony to answer. I'll jump in and give my colleagues a chance to think. The volume of the work, we knew that the city attorney needed help. That's why we hired an assistant city attorney. We had a paralegal and she is retiring and has agreed to stay on. So I think the biggest challenge is the volume of keeping the engines running, keeping this flowing. And it's a much more litigious society, I think, than even in the past 3 or 4 years. And so I guess I think people need to have their eyes wide open for that. It's the dynamics, I think, of people's interactions and willingness, not so much a willingness to talk and discuss and work something out, but just to jump to a lawsuit is surprising to me. But it is a reality.
I would have to agree with the mayor. I think that the workload is substantial, just the volume of work. And I also think that the distrust, ethics complaints that we've had filed within ourselves even. I think that the lawsuits and how often that they're happening and the open records requests are excessive. And I think it's been really hard on our interim city attorney and our past city attorney. And I don't know if that will change anytime soon.
Before I let you guys continue to answer the question, I will let you know that one of the most famous ethics cases in Colorado is one that I handled. I didn't win it, but I can tell you they teach it in law schools around the country now. And the answer is there are no circumstances under which lawyers are allowed to lie. I know that sounds obvious, but this one happened to be helping someone who was a triple axe murderer who ended up getting the death penalty to surrender. So it's an interesting case. And I just got appointed last month as the independent hearing ethics officer for the city of Brighton. So
to answer your question, for me, I see the biggest challenge being a lack of familiarity with all the different things that are sitting on Tony's plate right now, and having to get up to speed enough on them all to be able to give the kind of advice I think you probably would want to be able to give, which would be informed and thoughtful. And so I think that there's going to be a time lag there. And I think the challenge for both the organizational staff and for you, it could be, or for anyone who took this position, that could be pretty challenging.
having done it in Thornton, I agree. I mean, the startup curve is I guarantee you this, that first couple of weeks, they're going to be more than 30 hours. Because you got to do things like read a land use code, look at your budget. I was sort of thumbing through your charter earlier today. And so, and to meet some of the players. I mean, I have not spoken to your city manager. I haven't spoken to your planning director. I haven't spoken to your chief of police. And I really think that your attorney is a person who ought to be on a first name basis with those folks. So yeah, there's a startup curve, but I'll put the effort into making it work.
Very good. Thank you. We will be working through the decision-making process. I don't know that we'll make any decisions tonight, but I do know that we will keep you posted of our deliberations. So
thank you
and I
very
thank
much.
you. I thank you for waiting till the 10 o'clock at night to meet with us. Thank you.
It's an early evening for city council for me.
Good. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry. So next on our agenda is to go into, is a discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene an executive session to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024E. Discussion and consideration of positions and strategy regarding proposals received for provision of the interim city attorney services. Do we have a motion? Yeah.
I move to go into executive session, discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene an executive session to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024E, discussion and consideration of positions and strategy regarding proposals received for provision of interim city attorney services.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? May we have the vote, please?
Mr. Baxter,
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
Mayor Pro
Yes.
Roseworthy.
Yes, thank you.
You'll take your forms with you for the announcements.
I believe that council may have some specific questions, if that's not appropriate, then we can ask you to go on.
So would you like?
If we need to.
Yeah.
I think I want the opportunity.
Sure.
Oh, no, you're not.
I tell you what, that restroom is freezing all the time. I cannot believe we don't. Okay.
I can't see the time. 10:41.
10:42.
The time is now 10:42 and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Barbara Noseworthy, Mayor. I'll just have you go around.
Jose Madrigal.
Jessica Buell.
Olivier Wasmans.
Tony Mayestas.
Thank you. For the record, council met in executive session, discussion and possible action concerning a motion to convene an executive session to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators pursuant to CRS 24640224E. Discussion and consideration of positions and strategy regarding proposals received for provision of interim city attorney services. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meeting law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item of the agenda is discussion and possible action concerning proposals from candidates for interim city attorney, including possible appointment of an interim city attorney. What I'd like to say, without discussing the specifics within the executive session, council discussed what were the important parameters that would be needed to in reaching an agreement with any of the three candidates that presented. I'm not necessarily going to name those parameters. They are part of the negotiation strategy, but that was the intent of what was our purpose. Given those parameters, I'd like to open it up if any counselor would like to present rationale for how any of the candidates met those or didn't meet those parameters.
Well, can we expand beyond those parameters in our discussion of each of the firms? Okay.
I think
Thank
so.
you.
Okay, I'll just start real quick. I feel like there's some strengths with two of the candidates, Bill Tuthill and Dufford Waldeck Law. With Bill, I like that we'd have one point of contact. He had great experience with a lot of the things that we're dealing with. He's been an interim before, so he kind of understands the process of coming in a situation like us. You know, he agreed to be at all the city council meetings. He seemed like he'd be willing to hire people to help in situations where it's going to take more time or with things he wasn't sure of. So there's those things. He had great energy. I enjoyed that. And then the Dufford Waldeck Law. I like that they have a large staff that potentially could scale up or down depending on our needs. A little concerned just because Chris and Shelley seem to be wanting to tag team it a little bit with who's at meetings and point of contact. It seemed like maybe that could be worked out, but you know, I think for our ELT team and our city manager, having one point of contact would be necessary. So those are kind of my initial thoughts.
I would agree with you that I think those two firms have the assets that we're looking for. I actually heard Chris say that there would be a main contact specifically for us, that we would.
He just said he didn't know if it'd be him or Shelley. And so that was sort of like me like being like, or if Shelley couldn't be there, someone would be at the meetings. And I was just sort of like, who's someone?
Oh, I don't mean being at the meetings. I mean, being the person that we contact to work through things. So I heard that there would be a main contact. It wouldn't just be we pick up the phone and whoever answers is who we talk to.
No, I know. I for me, having the same person at meetings and building that relationship with someone is important.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just heard it differently than you do is all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just telling you I heard it differently. And one of the things that I really appreciate about the Dufferin Waldeck firm is that they have staff to perform all the duties that we need to have performed, particularly because we won't have staff. We have a part-time paralegal who actually retired and came back out of retirement. And so I'm concerned that she might not be able to put in as much time as might be demanded by an offsite interim city attorney firm or person. So that concerns me. So I think that they have the bandwidth and the experience and the staffing to probably do everything we need to do. Having said that, I agree with you that I think William Tuttle's firm, Watt Legal LLC, he has a lot of amazing experience, but and obviously could do all the work that we're talking about, work for larger cities than us, more complicated cities. My concern there is a lack of staff in his firm to actually do all the work, and it all might end up being contracted out is kind of my concern.
I'll go next. I think that there was a couple good candidates as well. I'm very thankful for that. And I'm thankful for everyone for stepping forward. I was very impressed with Mr. Tuthill. And I think that what resonated with me was his, he seemed very candid in the interview. He seemed very present. He had listened to our meetings already. I appreciated that about our Parks and Rec board. He had read our charter. He seemed very interested in the getting to know Durango and being available for the job and thinking carefully through his availability and what he was willing to do. I know the city of Thornton has been through a lot of contentious issues. They've been in the CML newsletter lately, and they've been going through a lot. So I know he's very familiar with municipal law, and I appreciate his ethics experience. I think that he I appreciate that he, it sounds like he left the city of Thornton in very good standing, which to me is very important in 7.5 months. He seemed very straightforward, and I have appreciated that in the interview, in the organizations and individuals we've been interviewing lately. That real straightforward and honest approach to me resonates. And so I really like that in him. I think he laid out his limitations carefully, so we're aware. And I think that with our current staff, if they're able to work with our current staff, that would be great. And if we have to contract out for additional and/or work, I just say that we would stay in close contact with him as we progress forward.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Tony, for organizing all of this so short notice. Unfortunately, that you had to do that, but I think it is a very difficult topic. I'm still grappling a little bit with this. We've gotten these names, at least I've gotten the names today. The details during the study session. So I'm still trying to, all of them are qualified people and companies. Yeah, I'm still trying to get my head around it. I think to review and references and qualifications is probably important. It's a little short notice to make decisions, in my opinion, but we are in a difficult situation. Yeah.
First of all, Tony, thank you for your work in bringing candidates to us. I appreciate that. And I also want to thank the candidates for being willing to step in to a, an evolving situation. I actually feel that each of the candidates had things they could bring to the table and were experienced. I do believe that both Bill Tutton and the trying to get the exact name of the law firm. Yeah. Dufford Waldeck bring experience and depth and in some cases breadth to the table. I think it's very important to recognize the limitations of what can be done and how to prioritize that. I also believe that knowing who you're working with is very important and having that consistent. And what I heard with the law firm is I heard that it would either be me or so-and-so, and that could be fluid. It could be based on their, how I interpreted that, based on their workload. So I do think it's very important to have one person. I think it's that we know that we know we're working with that individual. I also think it's very important to have a sense, a deep experience in this effort, and also then to be willing to work with the city, recognizing that this could be some time that we're going to be doing it. And so that consistency and having the experience of someone who, or a firm that has done this interim work for a month to month, and recognizing it can go longer. So I'm pleased with that. I look forward to some kind of discussion and resolution. I recognize that in the perfect world, we would have all kinds of time to evaluate this and go through this, but I also recognize that not having legal counsel is of more concern to me. And I see the urgency of reaching a decision on this. Is there any counselor who wishes to make a specific recommendation?
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move to authorize the city manager to negotiate an engagement agreement containing the terms developed by council in executive session with Bill Tuttle with Watt Legal.
I'll second.
This is open for discussion.
I actually think that Mr. Tuttle came across very professional and as well as very personable. That's probably very beneficial for our city and our council. He also has 20 plus, I think, around 20 years of experience in multiple positions as a county and city attorney, I believe, both city attorney. So I support that. So I'll vote yes, despite not having the references or all the restrictions at this short notice. But if we have to make a decision between the three, I look forward to working with him.
Other discussion?
I would agree with that, Councillor Bosmans. I think his experience is right in line with what we're looking for. I still am concerned about the lack of staff in his firm, and I think that's going to be a challenge for us to work with him on, and to make sure that the communication is there and that everything can get done. And whether or not we have to add an additional staff person here to help with that, I don't know. But I think you're absolutely right that he's qualified for the position, and I enjoyed his conversation and his sense of humor. So I think this could be a good choice.
Melissa, did you want to say anything?
Just, I'm ready to vote.
And I also will say that I'm pleased with the candidates and I will also be supporting Mr. Tuttle. I look forward to a positive negotiated outcome. Let's have that vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Youssef,
Yes.
Counselor Beal,
Yes.
Counselor Baxter,
Yes.
Counselor Bosman's,
Yes.
and Mayor Noseworthy.
Yes, thank you. On that note, I believe we have everything we need to adjourn. Thank you.